Yes.
A bit, that's tactical.
Yes.
That's tactical. Yeah. For safety and love.
Hey, Karen, how are you?
Hey, I would have thought, I was looking already, I had 2 great days.
Is that normal? Another shot? I'm aware of that, I know, but. Just this morning, woke up, it's in lots of.
Yes, well done.
Very well done.
Yeah, great vote.
Yeah, well, of course, it doesn't
Take,
involve
like,
much work on our
some or
part.
something, yeah.
Because the lead agents will be the two of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and so they just like, really blessing them.
The energy.
Sitting's probably not very enjoyable.
Thing of news. So could I have like, can you know, it would be a favor.
Oh, I haven't seen or heard that yet.
But so I can do the exact thing that was scheduled.
Oh,
Gonna pick.
why, that's kind of inevitable.
I just need to show up at the beginning and then, you know, I mean.
No, we have a meeting with
got
them
nominations
on the
to
11th.
The advisory. I just need to show up and listen to straight out.
No problem, it's my pleasure.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Leader, how are you? Really, what's wrong? Emotional or physical?
How are you? Good.
You're doing.
I just realized I'm on my own here. That's right. Give me a cone hat. I'll wear it.
You know. No. It's warm. I didn't think we had this place there. Okay, you're fine. Look it up.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you, man. All right, it is 10 o'clock. Today is August 30th, 2023. We are Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Nova, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito,
Here.
Mayor Potter,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Here.
Councilmember Dramo. Here. All are present.
All right. So I'm going to deviate a little bit from our norm today, just because the public comment period is before us first. Normally, we limit that to comments on items that are not on today's agenda, but I'll go ahead and allow brief comments for people that can't be here for certain items, since they do seem to be time sensitive. If anybody has an item that they'd like to talk to, they can do that briefly, but you can only get 2 chances, you get 1. So this is a chance to talk about somebody if you're not going to be here. Also, if you have something that's not on today's agenda, you'd like to address that, now's the time. Anybody like to speak?
Speak closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, just a reminder for everyone, this is, we have a live meeting with Zoom. So we will have guests that are on Zoom, and we're recording this for posterity. So council and speakers, please just stay right on top of the microphones.
My fault.
Is this thing on? Okay, great. I'm just going to talk briefly because I can't stay all day. My name is Mike Buffo. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I just want to say that I'm still enthusiastic and working hard on our Flanders Mansion project, and that we hope that it will still be on the agenda for September 12th. That's it. Have a great meeting today.
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Morning, I'm Ken White. I'm Chair of the Carmel Area Wastewater District Board of. I'm here to, and you're going to have this, if you haven't already, it's going to be one of the most popular reading you're going to have in your whole life. I'm here to talk about the bridge to everywhere. We're talking about the last 2 years on the board, a trail that would link together all the way from Pebble down scenic around the point by Mission Ranch, across the behind the mission. And to get across the river safely, instead of going to the Highway 1 bridge, we've got a bridge there now that's about over 70 years old. It is not a bridge that everybody can use. So what we're here to do is give you an invitation to someone on the council or staff to join the committee that's been working on this, to get an idea of what we're proposing and get in on the idea sessions and the strength that the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea can add. You want a good part of the trail, and you should be part of the master trail that we're talking about. Hiking is becoming very, very strong in the peninsula area. There are numbers of hiking clubs, and we think this part of the peninsula ought to have a one trail that you can follow and go a distance. Once you get under the Highway 1 or over it, once you get there, it opens up trails down on the coastal area going south, and it opens some trails going up the valley. So I think it's a situation that needs to be done. It should have been done years ago. We're inviting the city of Carmel. We'd like to have you join us with representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate the invitation. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Good morning, Nancy Toomey, resident. And thank you for all of what all of you guys do on our behalf. It's very definitely appreciated, even when we disagree. So again, thank you for that. I wanted to do a repeat of what I said 8 months ago, which is I'm a huge fan of the potential of doing a downtown master plan. That has kind of, I know it's a big, huge monster project, but I think it touches a lot of the topics that are actually on our agenda that we need to continue to move forward on. But I would like to see that big picture considered in the grand scheme of things for our village. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Glad you're able to find your way over here. Is there anybody else?
Hi, my name is Brian Sowers. I'm a resident of Carmel and also a member of the Forest and Beach Commission. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Forest and Beach Commission and as a resident. I brought up in, I think, your April or May council meeting about a report that came out that you guys had brought forward to have the beach infrastructure analyzed, and essentially that report has shown a significant amount of beach infrastructure that's threatened right now. We did a Forest and Beach walk tour of the beach, as well as carrying the report with us. It's identified a number of areas of the beach that are really at critical mass right now, and the report itself prioritized that we have some high priorities that if we do not do something, there is the capability for dune and bluff erosion that could potentially have a detrimental effect to the beach. It also identified that a lot of the beach infrastructure, primarily the riprap, that are the large boulders or small boulders along the beachhead, are really out of maintenance. I think it's been a couple decades since we've really put any commitment into the beach. We've got some stairways that are blocked by riprap that have not been fixed. The Del Mar Hills being overly used because of the in-access capability of those stairways. The most critical aspect of the beach that we identified was a section between 9th and 10th Street right now that has no riprap. It's got a very steep bluff. There are two very lovely cypress trees on that bluff that seem to be leaning towards the beach. And if you walk along the pathway, you can see that the pathway itself is pulling to the beach. I think that if we get anything close to what was going on with last year's storms, that we do have the potential for bluff erosion and potential collapse, which, as we all noted, the River Beach area was a very, very expensive fix. I don't think we want to do that here in Carmel. I think it would be detrimental to our budget. I think we could do some riprap maintenance and maybe even put some riprap down before this next storm season, if possible. And I know you're reviewing the budget right now. I don't know if there's any way to get an emergency request on this, but again, from my fellow Forest and Beach Commissioners, we think this is a really urgent issue for the city, for our lovely crown jewel of the Beach of Carmel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody else?
Hello all, Carol Hall. I just wanted to mention about the flock cameras that in the future, I'm hoping that we will pass these kinds of things through the planning commission or the council or any place appropriate. In Hollister, they were planning on having 15 of these in their town, which has a much higher crime rate than us. And we were talking about having 30. I know it has been halted, but we think many of us think it's unfriendly to have a lot of cameras around. We certainly agree at ingress and egress from the city that it's appropriate. But these are poles that I've seen around with big cell panels on top and a camera. And I hope that in the future, this kind of plan doesn't go forward before talking with our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good morning, Laura Bowling. I just wanted to add on to what Ken was talking about. We are having a meeting on Friday, and we would love to welcome someone to join us on Friday at COD's offices. We can walk you through the whole Bridge to Everywhere project. But in the spirit of collaboration, we just wanted to make that offer to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Is anybody in Zoom world wishing to speak? I don't see anybody. Okay, I'll close the public comment period. Chip, as our facilitator, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. And, I think that what's important to note just from the speakers, and I think it was wise to open up the opportunity to speak now, Mr. Mayor, if people can't spend the next 9 hours with us, it won't be 9 hours, there's no lack of impassioned residents and citizens and business owners and partners that have ideas about what our priorities should be. And obviously, I'm preaching to the choir when I tell you it's your job to identify the highest priorities that we should be focusing on, balancing that with our current workload. In planning, it's easy. In land use planning, it's easy. And we've got the new houses and additions and demolitions and historic preservation, which is the more routine work of the planning department or any department in the city. And then we have these priority projects that we work on. And then the last slide that I'll present to you today is there's a list of projects that aren't on the tracker, but they certainly absorb a lot of capacity. Councilmember Ferlito asked me on Monday. She didn't wire brush me. It was a very nice way and said, well, what about beach fires? And it's a great point because it's a project that's consumed over 25 years of my life with the village. And we're coming to an end, but it's not something that we're recognizing that we have to spend a lot of time on. And it's not just one department, it touches multiple departments, public works, certainly planning and the city attorney's office as well. So anyway, thank you for the comments and thank you, council. Additional thanks. I wanted to thank Emily Garay, who's our administrative analyst, and Maxine. Maxine's on Zoom. She'll be here later for this kind of new format that we're using for the tracker this time. We take all critique, good, bad, or indifferent. So if there's a way of better communicating what our priorities are and our progress from 6 month to 6 month span when we do these strategic planning sessions, we're certainly more than willing to take that feedback. I did get some feedback from Mr. Barron. I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, and you'll see that feedback incorporated in the slides, which have been modified. Thank you, Emily and Max, and the department heads who put a lot of effort into this. And then I think my last note is Sergio Rudin from Burke Williams Sorensen, one of Mr. Pyrick's partners. Mr. Pyrick is out of the office. So Sergio, who you all know, council, is our acting city attorney today, and he can answer any questions about legal issues that we're dealing with these priorities. I think one of the other things I wanted to mention in my introductory comments is that since our January meeting, we've added a lot of great new staff members, 3 of whom are in the Public Works Department. They're not here today because they're actively working. We have a new city forester, Justin Ono, and Justin will be responsible for several of the priorities that are in the packet. Mary Bilsey, who is I forget her title, environmental programs manager or something. So she too is responsible for several of the priorities that we have. And then Javier Hernandez, and again, Javier, who joined us right after our January meeting, been with us for about 6 months, is responsible for things like the undergrounding and several other capital projects oriented. These are capital projects manager, several other priorities that are in the packet as well. So I think, one more comment. We did receive, thank you for the CRA. The CRA on Monday night sent the results of the survey work that they've been doing, and that was distributed, and all council members I've confirmed have both received and read that. And then last night we received from the Chamber of Commerce, thank you, Lance, their survey on one particular council priority that we can talk about. We will be talking about later. So everyone's received that information. So again, I think we've got copies of the tracker up here, Emily, and other documents if anybody wants to join it. So the way that the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Richards and I talked about is just doing what we've done before, is going through the priorities and having a conversation about them. The department heads are here when I get things wrong, and as you all know, I will invariably get something wrong. So they'll be helping correct me and then adding flavor. We're happy to obviously have Chief Penholzer, our fire chief here, several priorities that touch his department, our fire department as well. So I think the first slide is just,
but just might point out that the council might ask questions. We may give some direction, but any definitive action will be taken at a subsequent meeting.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Yeah, our plan is to, and everybody, including Bob, will be taking copious notes, and we'll distill this down, and then we will come back in hopefully October, and just make sure that we understand the consensus gleaned by you. Part of what we've been hearing from the community lately is that we have too many high priority projects, and there's a balance to that, right? We've been hearing people saying that you've delayed too many of these things for too long. It's I like the volume of projects that you have. So again, it's really your choice about how to balance that, council. We always like to celebrate. So, the celebration is here that we have completed since we started this process. Actually, a couple of years ago at this point in time, a number of projects. The last 3, 6, 7, and 8 are projects that were council priorities that we have largely fulfilled since our January meeting. Filling vacancies, again, I think in January we talked about filling 31 vacant positions. There's a natural ebb and flow to people retire, people move on. We hire new staff, we fill positions that the council's created. So we've done a really good job, and I'm really happy with the cadre of colleagues that we have here to support the village. We've also done a lot. We've come out of the pandemic, I would say, even though theoretically maybe we should be wearing masks right now because of what's happening with this most recent COVID surge. I think we've largely recovered as an institution, maybe not financially from the pandemic, but we've done a great job. We protected our staff, we protected our community, we protected public meetings through our COVID pandemic recovery efforts. And then, hooray, we updated the purchasing policy. Again, not the most visible of your priorities, but certainly it's something really necessary to have a contemporary purchasing policy. That was approved by council, I think a couple months ago. So well done. Thank you. And thank you. So jumping in, we're all familiar with, it was in 2003 when we adopted our most current zoning code and residential and commercial design guidelines. It was called the Design Traditions Project. I had hair back then. I didn't wear glasses. My hair wasn't gray. And I worked on that. And again, about a year and a half ago, the council said that we should be doing a tune-up. And again, that's why it's specifically Design Traditions 1.5. It was not, in a software parlance, a total scrap and redo. And we've been really working on that. I don't think we're going to get cold today. So hopefully the heater's not on. It's supposed to be 74 today. Last time in January, we're all freezing, but I don't think there's any danger of being cold today. But if you get cold, we can get you a blanket or something. So anyway, Design Traditions. So we've made some very good progress on this. I don't think it's as robust as the council would have liked. And so at one of your most recent meetings, you did tell Brandon and the steering committee that the homework assignment has to be done by the end of this calendar year. And I think we're on track for that. I think we've got a really good, a very active committee who's working on that. And I think what's going to come out of it is design guidelines for the community for the foreseeable future. Things that we learned over the last 20 years that maybe weren't quite right with our design traditions, guidelines, and zoning code in the past. And so moving on to reformat that and make it a lot more applicable to residents, new residents, existing residents, the design community, and just make sure we get our message out there. I think one of the most relevant documents that I've recently received is Councilmember Felito visited Sea Ranch in Marin County, and Sea Ranch is an HOA. So every property owner who buys property in Sea Ranch has to sign a covenant that they understand that they're moving into a very special community that appreciates the natural environment, the design amenities. And so she shared that with Brandon, and I've shared it with Councilmember Dramoff. I think Brandon is working on some kind of an introduction to design guidelines that really kind of set the stage, set the basis for why we have design guidelines. As Mayor White always says, or maybe it's Graham Robertson, Carmel didn't happen by mistake. People sometimes get concerned about the rigor of our design review process, mostly with the Planning Commission. But that said, it looks the way it does because of our zoning code standards and our design guidelines. I think I'll stop there. And it's a high priority project. It's going well. Hopefully early next year, we'll move into adoption hearings. Correct, Brandon?
Any questions of the council?
I have some.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So do you want to do public? Are you going to do, how's this public comment?
Well, I'm going to take public comment on an item, but anybody who spoke prior is prohibited. The topic is something they already addressed. So does anybody want to speak to this item? I don't see anybody. Okay, Jeff.
Okay. So in the past, we've had there are two projects sort of in this lane that are going on at the same time: the update of the zoning code and design guidelines, and the separation of the duties of the Planning Commission into two separate bodies.
Yes, sir.
And in the past, I know we talked about this 6 months ago. There seemed to be sort of general consensus, and I don't want to speak for everybody up here, that even though these projects are separate in nature, they benefited from following the same calendar or time schedule, in that there are some elements that would be best done together. So getting approval by the Coastal Commission to update our design guidelines, as well as our zoning, as well as the structure of the two bodies, and and all that. And also there was some discussion about the sort of efficiency of rolling out a new set of design guidelines to one board, when that board was going to be probably deconstituted and then reconstituted in a different form a couple of months or a year later, or whatever. So those projects seem to be going together. And I know we're going to talk about the second project in a few minutes, but are we still on track for those things to go together so that we finish, so that the council has made decisions on how that split of the duties of the two bodies is going to work, and so that those two things are going to happen and they're going to go through the Coastal Commission at the same time? Are we still like this? So this schedule up here that says complete second draft design guidelines to begin adoption hearings by December 2023, does that apply to the nature of the design review board? Those are my words, the nature of the design review board as well. So we will be doing that work in by December of 2023 as well.
That's correct. So the intention is, because, as you pointed out, to set up the design review board again, it's an amendment to our zoning code, which is, there are amendments that are going to take place for the design tradition. So yes, the plan is it's all on the same track. We will we will have conversations about what the design review board looks like prior to that. So we're going to go talk to one of your recent meetings, you gave staff direction to talk to the Planning Commission about it. So those things will happen prior to, but the goal is, and I think we're on track, is to have those amendments drafted so that they come to you as part of the other amendments to the zoning code. It's all part of the same package.
And so when we had that discussion a couple of months ago, we had sort of looked at the sort of way that the design review board in Carmel was constituted before, and the way that the architectural review board in Monterey is constituted. And so we sort of talked around a little bit some of the nature of appeals and how things, how things go to, and we'll have some more comments when we get to that item, but how things sort of go to those two bodies. So, or how we prevent things from having to go to a lot of different people to approve. So have we, the council, made the right decisions on that all the decisions we need to make on that other project to get to that point by December 2023?
You guys make the best decisions. I love you.
Yeah.
I think I agree with Chip. You guys make the best decisions. But also that's what the little bit of work that we have left to do still. I need to go talk to the planning commission to get some feedback, and then we'll talk to you all about that too. And that may take place at that December meeting, or it may take place right before, so we make sure we have the correct amendments done. But yeah, I took away from that meeting where we talked about the Monterey version and the old Carmel version, and I took some notes, just kind of reading the tea leaves and seeing the heads going up and down and sideways, what I thought were the desired aspects of both programs. So I have all that, and so we're going to be basically crafting what we think was the desired program, and that'll be going through the process.
Okay.
Yes, I have some concerns about the municipal code also being brought up to date as required, because I don't know how many people understand, but if the muni code doesn't match our other codes, we have less ability to actually enforce anything. And we have, I think, quite a few things in our muni code right now that definitely need updating and brought into compliance with what we expect to have happen. Because I've often asked, well, why aren't we enforcing something? And the answer is, well, our muni code right now, the way it's written in that particular case, doesn't support it. So I think it's very important for people to understand that we have to have all these codes in sync in order to have the most effective way of enforcing the things that we would like to see happen in our village. And
Yeah,
I think that's
you're absolutely right. And for those that don't remember, maybe in the audience, when we started this project almost 2 years ago, that's part of this project, is updating the zoning code as well. If you remember, I think I mentioned when I first started here, I asked my team to keep a little notepad next to them at all their desks as we're going and working daily through the code and reviewing projects and getting feedback about just exactly what you're talking about. Why don't we enforce something? We've taken notes for the 3 years that I've been here. And so those notes then are facilitating the sort of secondary side of this, is the update to the municipal code. Some of those updates are directly related to the Design Traditions project, things that are coming out of the design traditions, like, mass and bulk and things like that. And some of those are just cleanup items that either they have the wrong reference to a section of the code, or there was an incomplete thought maybe where we can't enforce something. So all that's going to be coming forward along with this project.
okay. And I would like to also note that some of those things also affect law enforcement and what we can and cannot enforce, and what has happened statewide that may have changed things. I mean, people want to know why we can't enforce loud engines on cars and so on, and black windows on cars and so on. And there are some things that, we need to, I think, really straighten up. And, a few years ago, there was supposed to have been an update of the Muni Code, but it actually wasn't as thorough as it was purported to be at the time. So I think it's really important.
Yeah, I think the term of art that we use, that Brandy uses in land use planning, is a consistency analysis, and we do that on an annual basis with our capital projects to make sure they're consistent with our general plan and our codes, our laws. And so we'll be doing that, council member. The beauty of what we're doing right now, obviously, in the chapter on trees and shrubs, which is our tree ordinance, if you will, is embedded in the zoning code. So again, those not just within the zoning code, but with other ordinances, and Chief Watkins and Chief Panholzer's other chapters we'll be reviewing to make sure that there are no internal inconsistencies. I think.
Sorry, I was in...
One other note, and I hope everyone appreciates that going to the Coastal Commission, and again, the mayor can speak passionately about this. You don't just write them a love letter and say, we're approving, we made these changes. An example is that, Sergio worked on what the council approved was what we thought was a relatively benign tune-up to our timeshare ordinance, changing some language with one additional prohibition against marketing of timeshares. And we were on the agenda to be in Oxnard. This is August, so was it August?
Yeah.
And it got continued to Crescent City, which is almost in Oregon, for next week. And then the Coastal Commission's recommending that we support a 1-year continuance. And so going to the Coastal Commission, getting on an agenda is just getting agendized is a lot of heavy lifting. And then, preparing, and they received a note from one of these timeshare companies, and they're kicking it off the agenda, which just precludes us from the final adoption and drags out the process that we've been through even longer.
Are there any other questions or comments to Chip? Chip, I just might take this moment to talk about for just a moment. It's something you and I have discussed in the past, and that's the need for, as commissioners come online and as we form the design review committee, that there be some sort of tutorial or process where we go ahead and educate them on what the Brown Act constraints of the Brown Act are, how to conduct yourself in public, what procedures are for conducting meetings, those kind of things. To assume that people just understand immediately how to go ahead and comport themselves in public is a little bit of a challenge. So I'd really like to get that on the agenda, that we go ahead and do that for training for commissioners.
Yeah, I can't support that enough. We have such a great cadre of volunteers on our boards and commissions, but we have members that maybe just been a member for a short time, and all of a sudden they're thrown into the role of chair. And so we need to do a better job, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with you.
Can we, I assume at the end, we're going to talk about new things that we want to add on this list. Can we add that? Can we have a little discussion about this item?
Sure.
When we do that?
You can do it now if you want. Jeff.
Yeah, I'm gonna need like half an hour to
Formulate your thoughts.
to take some notes.
All right,
if
okay,
we're gonna talk about it.
All right, we'll go ahead and wait till the end. Okay.
All right, let's. But we agree. We agree. 80.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Could I do a PS, please? This is Nancy Toomey. I'm putting on my Carmel Residents Association hat. Chip, you mentioned the fact that we did a survey and we released a partial set of topics. The full set of topics will be coming in the next week or two. And there are lots of comments on this topic and many others that are on the agenda. The only topics that were covered and shared in what we produced was the parking topic, addresses, trees, and Scout House in Flanders. So that information is, and we'll talk to it as appropriate if it's needed when those topics come up. But this topic and others are definitely incorporated in the survey and will be forthcoming. So I just wanted to clarify that so that people know who took the time to respond, that their input is going to be shared in a follow-up action. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate the clarification.
I should have clarified that. Four topic areas that the CRA wanted to get in front of you for today. That's a total of, I think, 14 pages with the comments and the survey results themselves.
All righty, moving on.
Accessory dwelling units, something that, again, we've been working on for some time. We moved the arrow again, really based on some feedback that I received. In the upper right-hand corner of the slide, you'll see the percentage in January, and then you'll see the percentage now. So ideally, what we've done is move the needle forward. You'll see one that slipped back a little bit. It's not that big a deal. But Chief Panholzer and I will talk about that. But so again, in January, we're about 65% complete on this ordinance, and now we're at 75%. We're working with the city attorney's office and hopefully get the first draft to the planning commission for review in October or November, and then on to the council after that.
Questions, comments? I don't see any.
Oh, was that the whole discussion about the ADU ordinance? Was that it? I was
with the exceptions.
I was distracted by the reference to the chief. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. That was my reference to the chief was the percentages, and the percentages, which is kind of blocked up in the right-hand corner a little bit. but I forgot to add that in my introductory comments, that what we're doing is we're showing the progress since January.
Okay.
Percentage complete. I'm sorry.
So why is this like, this has been sort of at the 65% state for a while, and now it seems to be bumped up to 75%, 10%. Why is the first draft not until October or November? I mean, we're in August, and if the first draft is done, like this is the kind of thing where it seems like we're consuming a month of the schedule. The schedule, the goal is to have this thing adopted, and so if the ordinance is finished, why is it not going before the planning commission in September?
Yeah, let me, it comes down to capacity. I mean, it's just the normal course of business with a regular planning commission agenda with current planning items, in addition to the council priorities, the list of items that we're working on that are not on the priority list, and just where this falls into the schedule, sir. And again, this is not the only item that you'll see on here that has been impacted by the current press of business.
Yeah. So part of the thing that I talk about all the time, I mean, this is an example of our capacity. We have there are lots of constraints that go into sort of finishing a project. There's the calendar time, which is this is like 2 months of calendar time that we're eating up. There's the capacity of Brandon's department to do work, and there's cost, right? The three big things that go into like success. And it strikes me that with a little bit of extra capacity, we would save 2 months of calendar time on this item. And it seems like that comes up a lot. We have things that are sort of ready to go, like this item is sort of poised for release to the planning commission. And yet this little bit of capacity is something that we're either missing or and maybe when we talk about this item, the capacity is really just writing the staff report. Like, I don't know, and I don't want to put you on the spot and go into why we can't do this in September, but the capacity might be just taking this item and putting it into a staff report. And maybe there's some capacity in some other department, or maybe we need to build some sort of excess capacity in, or somehow, so that we don't find all these items that are just waiting for launch. Like, everything's set to go, everything is sort of set to go, but it doesn't appear because we don't have the time to write the staff report. Like, most of the work is done except for the still bookkeeping thing. And that's a real concern of mine, that little piece is missing.
I hear you, sir, and I don't disagree with you, and I think that really is the cause for why some things don't get moved forward. I'll offer two comments that, and they're in response, but one of the items that we, again, in my almost 30 years with the village off and on, is the use of consultants, and that can be a dirty word in the community. And part of the reason is that the use of consultants is sometimes viewed as people that don't understand our community as well as staff. Chief Watkins has been here for almost 20 years. You look around the table of our department heads and staff members, we've got a lot of longevity. So using consultants, we pay them a lot of money. It does expedite matters often, so we get them done more quickly. But the community says at what cost? Because you might get things that are done in the city of San Bernardino that might apply very well down there, but don't apply here because of our unique features. The other item that's really important to talk about when we talk about capacity is the community's ability, the community's capacity to absorb the litany of things that we're working on. And that sometimes also plays into that calendar. We just finally last month sent our housing element to the state. After that was quite an involved. We had a subcommittee. We had an ad hoc subcommittee working on that for a year. A lot of these things absorb a lot of capacity, and the community's capacity to absorb too many heady topics is also limited. So we need to be very conscious of that and make sure that in the end, when we produce something, the community knows that we're doing something for them rather than to them. And so, again, I think we need to build in that capacity factor into our matrix.
But to respond to those things, a couple of things. One, there was an article in the Pinecone, which, Brandon and I talked about yesterday, about an ADU that's going in the walled area of town like Guadalupe and Fourth. And some people like it and some people don't like it. And we had a conversation about how that was approved, but that is clearly, that unit is clearly, in maybe not the spirit of the things that, you know, some people might like to see in town. So our cost, you know, the sort of the community doesn't like consultants. But in the case of this, just to use this as an example, the cost is that there's a physical building in our community that maybe, you know, maybe shouldn't be there. So there is a real cost to doing this. I understand that the consultant costs money, but sometimes when these projects slip, you know, things start happening at the end that could have been prevented by a more expeditious hearing, more expeditious in terms of planning the stuff at the beginning. So the things that we didn't do 6 months are going to start causing problems in the community in the future. So I do think that there is a trade-off in terms of that those costs are significant and they are real. And the second thing I would say in response to this sort of item is I understand that the community has a hard time, and I agree with that there's a limit as to how much the community can digest. But we're going to find that out. Like when you bring this ADU ordinance to the Planning Commission, you will know, you know, how much dissension there is or how much conversation needs to happen or what the sort of conversation around the ADU ordinance is or is not going to be. But by delaying it 2 months, again, you've just pushed it back. So if there's going to be 3 months of conversation around the ADU ordinance, it's better to have it, well, my view, it's better to have it in September, October, and November, you know, rather than November, December, and January. That's 2 months. And so I'm not sure I buy the whole, you know, I do buy the capacity constraint, but I think we're limiting ourselves. You know, I think, again, by pushing this thing off for a couple of months, we limit. You know, we can always delay it when we get, you know, if we get to, you know, if we push it out in September and the community says we haven't had time to look at it, we can always stop. But we can always delay the project to this timeline that's up here on the stage, but we can't ever get that time back. So those are my.
Yes, sir. I mean, the purpose of this meeting is really to striate the highest priorities from the lesser high priorities. You know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, theoretically, we could create an ultra high priority list. You know, Mr. Sowers talked about, and I don't disagree with him. You know that you know we did the revetments and the walls and the staircases in 1986. Brandon was 6 years old. You know, so it's been a while. So, I mean, again, how do we, you know, it's a more philosophical discussion about how we create the highest priorities based on our capacity constraints.
Okay.
Well, so I might just comment that we only have so much time in our lives to get something done. Honestly, Jeff, I share your frustrations, quite frankly. I understand what you're saying. But on the other hand, there is a press of normal business. Brandon, what was up on the agenda last time you had? Planning Commission meeting? Didn't you have you had the pit, you had the cell tower ordinance, you had a lot of work before you. And doing the cell tower ordinance, and that mean going for 3 hours?
Yeah, so good question. Actually, there's the regular planning commission meeting in August, and then there was a special planning commission meeting. So we had two. We had the regular meeting that had the Ulrika Plaza project, and then on the 23rd of August, we had the special wireless, and we're actually turning that around to come to you on the 12th. So we're taking the comments we got there and turning that back around to revised ordinance and coming to you on the 12th of September. With that.
So I think one of the things is that, you know, process is great, but we become a victim of process at times. So whatever we can do to expedite process would be great, but I don't want to shortcut any public input to go ahead and do it. I think we ask a lot of the planning commission meeting by having these special meetings that say we want to have more special meetings, puts a real burden on them. So, I mean, we could always go to 2 council meetings a month if we'd like to do that. I don't know. I mean, other cities do it. I'm not really a particular fan of that, but I'm just saying if we want to get more done, maybe we should look to ourselves too. All right. That said, is there anybody else wishing to comment? All right.
Thank
Jeff.
you, Council.
Chip.
Yes, sir. So wireless telecommunications ordinance. This has been, you know, real kind of a community effort. As Brandon said, they had a 3-hour meeting with the Planning Commission last Wednesday. We're doing a pretty quick turn, and this will be on your October 12th
September
agenda. I'm so sorry, September 12th agenda. So 2 weeks from, I don't even know, yesterday. And you know, but this one again is an item where, again, I think in the end we had a very active community. I think we allayed all but a handful of their concerns, but at the hearing we received substantial letters from industry groups And so, again, it was Gail Karish's and Brandon's job to sift through that, and it literally took them days to sift through those comment letters from whatever it is, GTE, MobileNet, and AT&T, and Verizon, and whoever else, Comcast, I don't even know. So that took a lot of capacity. So, but again, I think the good thing on this ordinance is that we worked with the residents' attorney, Andrew Campanelli in New Jersey, and he thought it was a good ordinance. And again, I think we allayed a lot of concerns, and the Planning Commission spent the time so that we could move this one forward. So again, we're poised to review this. You're poised to review this on the 12th of September. Thank you, Mayor.
Looks like we have a member of the public would like to speak to this.
Hi, Tasha Witt from the resident group Stop Cell Towers in Carmel neighborhoods. We are for cellular service and the least intrusive means to Carmel neighborhoods. We recommend the City Council pass the Planning Commission's resolution of the second reading of the City Wireless Ordinance. The Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996 was designed to balance the needs of telecoms and that of municipalities. The city ordinance as drafted is not designed to stop all wireless facilities. Rather, it gives our city local control to limit the number of facilities, consider the aesthetics, and have control over the placement of where they go in an effort to protect the character of Carmel. Telecoms will no doubt write letters and call in prior to the September 12th City Council meeting on this topic to tell you how they believe our city ordinance must be written to meet their preferred agendas. We ask that you say no thank you and support the good work the Planning Commission, the city staff, city attorney, and residents who all work together in joint effort to keep local control of wireless decision-making in Carmel. Thank you, and see you on September 12th.
Thank you, Tasha. Appreciate it. Anybody else? I don't see anybody on council with comments on this topic. All righty, moving on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. The next is outdoor dining. And this is in contrast to what you decided recently, which was allowing restaurants to apply to amend their use permits for outdoor dining on private property with obviously it's a conditional use permit, which is quid pro quo, it's conditioned on a whole set of non-impacts. So again, this was outdoor seating in the right of way. I don't think there's a lot more I can say about this. This is something that was not a high priority, and we haven't made any progress on it. We haven't done anything more.
Questions or comments?
Yeah,
Alessandra.
Just a quick comment. Is my mic on?
Mhm.
Sound like it? I support what Nancy Toomey said, that we really need to combine a lot of these downtown issues into a downtown master plan. I think that's the only smart way to do it, is to do something comprehensive rather than piecemeal. So I certainly would support doing that. It would be a large effort and it certainly would be expense, but I think it's the correct way to do it.
Jeff?
Yeah, last month we had a conversation about wine shops, a very limited application for wine shops to operate, sort of outdoor facilities in public space, in private spaces. So are we going to talk about that? Or
yes, sir. That's on the last slide with potential topics,
okay,
and the Cod Bridge and some other items.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Yes, I would like to comment that I agree with Councilmember Dramoff and Ms. Toomey that the only way I could support looking at an expansion of outdoor dining is if it was a part of a comprehensive downtown master plan that looked at what works, what doesn't work, and how we can make things better. I think to do piecemeal is just the wrong direction. So I like this as not a high priority at this time.
All righty. Anybody else? Okay, next one.
Review barriers to construction of affordable housing. And again, the council had an ad hoc subcommittee of Mayor Pro Tem Richards and Councilmember Ferlito that worked on this with the community, and Mr. Swanson and Ms. Wallace in the planning office and Ms. Waffle. And it was it was very involved. I mean, I think that again, the council members can speak to how much time they spent on this issue. We did come out on kind of the other side of this at this point in time. We do have a draft revised housing element for the 6th cycle that has been sent to the State Department of Housing Community Development. They're required to get us comments in 90 days. The nice thing that happened here was that Brandon and his staff were in contact with HCD during the development of the document. So hopefully there won't be a lot of findings or corrections that we'll have to respond to. So this one, the process was very involved, very time consuming. But at this point in time, it's with the state. And so we're waiting to hear back from them.
Can I just comment that it does seem that this was a major time consumptor on the part of staff and the public and commissioners. I want to thank the public for their patience, the commissioners for their efforts, and the subcommittee for their efforts. But it was a major, major battle. And I appreciate the efforts made to date and the success we've had. So we stand poised to go ahead and move on to the state. We'll see where we go. So thank you much.
Can I just say that I would really want to extend appreciation out to the staff. I think they did a fantastic job, and also the community. I think that we had some community members that were at every meeting, that read every page, and really helped out in this process. So thank you very much.
Well said. Anybody else, Karen?
Yes, I would like to say that I found it a privilege and a wonderful experience to actually work with our community, talk with our community, not necessarily at each other, to work towards such a positive culmination of our work. And I can't say enough for our staff during this process. So thank you very much. And I would also like to compliment my fellow councilman, Mr. Richards. It was a real pleasure to work with him and have his expertise in the hospitality industry to call upon and come up with creative solutions. So thank you very much to our community for participating and making this a better plan. Thank you.
One comment before Ms. Toomey speaks. The state reached a settlement with the city of San Bernardino yesterday. City of San Bernardino fought the state on their requirement to produce 8,124 additional housing units. The city of San Bernardino relented, and they will be following the state directive. So it's a pretty seminal settlement, I think, in the state, as we see other communities who, rather than going the route that the council took, which is, I wouldn't say acquiescing, but I think following the homework assignment as the phrase that we've coined a little bit, that they worked with the state. And again, hopefully we'll get a good response back from the state in the near future here. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Toomey. Floor is yours.
Nancy Toomey, as a resident, just wanted to again extend my appreciation and thanks to the staff for the work they did, at the ad hoc committee members, etc. It was a great piece of work. Again, not everything in there that we love and adore, or personally in there. Definitely object to many of the elements in that plan, but we know that it's our obligation to submit a plan that works, and for us to then follow on some of the projects and programs that are a part of that proposal to evaluate how they would fit in our village. So I understand that there's definitely work ahead, as well as getting through the hurdle of getting this particular draft approved by the state. So that's all good. Thumbs up. I just want to also add my PS reference that the continued onslaught of legislation, there you go, in Sacramento that continues to derail and pull the rug out from underneath local zoning and the like for us is continuing to be an issue, and it must be fought from any of us as individuals and or at the city's level, and appreciate any of your support along that lines, so that it's not, to me personally, it's not that our city shouldn't be doing things that will help enable additional housing within the footprint of our nearly fully built out town that is surrounded by a county line, a county property that has some open space. But we should do things in our city that help open the door to incremental housing. I don't personally disagree with that as a goal and objective. I just disagree with the approach that's being taken in this legislation and in the process that that's ahead of us. So, I personally will continue to push back on our local representatives as they speak for us in Sacramento, and hope and welcome others to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
We do have a hand raised on Zoom.
All righty, who do we have?
Neil Cruz.
Neil, floor is yours. Are you muted?
Neil, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Uh-oh. It's gotten dark. Neil. Hello, Neil.
Maybe we can give him time later, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Neil, we may have to stall here. Yeah.
Okey-doke. North lot, which is the large parking lot to the north of us. The right of Centerview, left of Centerview. I do want to point out that I drafted the EIR for the Sunset Center renovation project. And the parking there was the CEQA document. The parking was for the expansion. So there'll always be parking on this property. But this was an idea that we talked about of sending out an RFQ of some kind to see what redevelopment interests there might be in the community. I think that as the council looks at things like the parking and traffic management program, this priority may move up in your ratings, if you will. But at this point in time, we've done nothing on it. It's still a priority. It's just not a high priority of the council, so it's on our radar. We just haven't made any progress based on council direction. So that's all I have to say about that one.
Any questions or comments?
I've got a quick comment.
Sure.
I know this next item is coming up about the police station and the remodel, but I really think if we're going to undertake a major project that's going to take several years and millions of dollars, we need to just do one. We cannot afford to spread ourselves out into looking at Sunset right now. And I think that the police department project absolutely has to be our top priority, funding it and getting it done. So I would say this is something that needs to be put on the back burner.
That's where it is now, so there it'll stay.
Right.
Okay. All righty. Any other comments or questions?
Mrs. Toomey's coming.
Nancy.
Nancy Toomey is a resident and nearby here. I am personally okay with the thought of taking this valuable property and respecting its heritage and history and all of the good things about it. But taking it into 2 levels of parking and two levels of housing, I think that can still be done within the footprint of that location. And so I support this effort. And to the point actually that Alessandra just made, maybe if this is an effort that requires deep pockets, which we know it probably will, that maybe it could be combined with additional funding to help the police station and do it together as a funding project. It's just a thought. And all my personal views. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else?
Yes, I would just like to say that while I don't think we can do anything absolutely immediately, when we have a 5 to 7 year wait for foundation housing in this town, which I think is a bit of a crisis, we should keep our options open about the north lot at Sunset Center being an opportunity for both enhancing parking and enhancing some senior housing. So let's not let it just go away. It should be one of our opportunities because it would involve the least amount of change of zone, I believe. Thank you.
Let me confirm that the north lot was identified as an opportunity site, Brandon. Okay, so in the housing element that we just sent to the state, it is identified as a housing opportunity site for.
Distinguished member of the public would like to speak.
Thank you. During the time Mayor Eastwood was in office, they planned for a parking garage one level below the existing level and this roof. And for the top, we talked about a new library, we talked about a new police department, we talked about a museum or parking. So there are plans. Alan Williams is the one that developed them. I don't know if Chip remembers them, but you go back 50 years, I think, or something like that. But anyway, they're somewhere. And it's a garage that comes up one level and goes in. And when it recedes maybe 15 feet, it's all planted. So it's kind of hidden from the eye. But I think somebody ought to try and see if you could find out from Mr. Williams what he has.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. Anybody else? All right. Massage that topic. Let's move on.
Thank you, Council. This next is the police department renovation project. This, in my mind, is, if we had to strive them even further, this, in my mind, as your city administrator, is the highest priority that we have, and the council has agreed with that as well. You appointed an ad hoc committee of Mayor Potter and Councilmember Barron. They're working closely with our team, planning, and certainly Bob in Public Works and the chief. We have hired an architect, and their homework assignment is due at the end of this year as well. So we're working closely. Again, we'll be coming to the ad hoc committee prior to approaching the full council. But one thing that Councilmember Dramoff and I have been talking about is, I just want to reiterate, because it's something we should be really proud of. I mean, Jane's our finance director, but we have the highest Moody's bond rating for municipal agencies available. It's a AAA bond rating. We retired we have one piece of debt left. We've got 7 years left on our lease obligation bond for this building, but we have no other debt as of this year. So when Councilmember Dramoff talks about focusing our funds, I think it's a very relevant comment on her part, because you do have capacity to bond for a project, and whether it be a new PD remodel, if we cannot remodel the existing PD remodel, or just saving our cash and using some financing mechanism to remodel is something that we should talk about. And again, I'll be bringing up to you. So again, I'm happy with the progress on this project. I think we're at least at 21%, Chief, from January. We should notch that up. But I feel very confident that by the end of the year, we're going to be moving. That road will be coming together. We're going to have a decision point for you in January of 2024. So that ends my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Any comments or questions? Jeff, anything from the subcommittee?
I would say, in reference to your remarks, Chip, I too am disappointed that we haven't budged off of 20%. I mean, I think Dave and I have done a little bit of work since the beginning of January, and maybe 25% or 30% might be.
We'll make the
appropriate number. Either that, or we can revise the January number down.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Yes, public.
Carol Hall, I would ask that the exterior of the police building look like the character of Carmel. I don't think it needs to look commercial or industrial. And I think it could be an attractive aspect of our village. And I don't think we're going in that direction at this point in time, given the architect that was named. So I just want to put that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next speaker.
Nancy Toomey, resident. Speaking on behalf of the police station, et cetera, I have had the pleasure of being a volunteer with the police organization in the past. I'm not doing that now because I got a pretty full plate, but I look forward to doing that again in the future. But in that role, I have been behind closed doors in the police station, and I agree, this is needed. And I think that there is an opportunity here to get further community support, to have somebody take a video behind closed doors, because it's not really public access area. I get that. And that's a good thing. But give them a tour and show them what it looks like, so that they understand better and have more sympathy and understanding for the fact that this is a critical need for our city. It's important for the quality of the work environment of our safety personnel. It's also, it should be a showcase of sorts for that area that is public. And so again, just a suggestion on getting more exposure to what that facility really looks like today in order to get more support from the community. So definitely thumbs up on the priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Anybody else?
Tasha Witt, I just support the police department upgrading the facility as a top priority.
Thank you. Anybody else? Alrighty, I don't see anybody in Zoom world. All right, so we keep this as a top priority, obviously. And moving on.
The next item is something, again, we had another ad hoc committee and just, I want to stress, I can't understress the effectiveness of the ad hoc committees that the council puts together. And for the public's benefit, ad hoc committees can be no more than 2 council members for a specific topic, a singular topic, and for a limited duration. They can't go on forever. So the council had a subcommittee of Councilmember Tice and Councilmember Richards that looked at enhancing our paramedicine program by combining it with the city of Monterey. And the city of Monterey is keen on that. And again, Chief Panholzer can speak much more passionately about this or intelligently than I can, about everything than I can. But the way we're looking at it now is forming a joint powers authority, much like MST and TAMC, so that we would have increased governance and looking at this relationship between and with the city of Monterey and the city of Pacific Grove, where the fire service and the paramedicine service, which would remain in the village, would be a separate entity that would be funded. And you could have a governance structure that was made up of, for example, the 3 mayors, if it were 3 cities, and 3 city administrators or 3 police chiefs or someone that would be the governance structure. So there could be enhanced service, increased governance, and potentially reduced costs to all agencies with, again, better coverage. So Chief, how did I do? Oh, I got the thumbs up. So again, this is in progress. So we're working on this. It hasn't, this is the one that I said Mr. Barron went backwards a little bit because we were expecting a proposal, but I'm very keen on these, feeling that we're more like partners rather than customers. Now, again, Chief and his command staff do a great job of interacting and really making us feel part of, and hopefully we make the fire department feel part of our community. That said, again, I think there's a real opportunity here. So we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. And so it's moving forward. So again, I want to re-stress that we're going to have not just enhanced fire service under a potential JPA model, but enhanced paramedicine service with the number of paramedics. How many have now, Chief? 12? More, 15?
On my workforce?
Yeah.
We're in the process of getting up to number 18.
18 paramedics to complement our 6 paramedics. So having that higher level of care available in the village, not just in an ambulance, but on fire engines as well. Thank you, Council.
Questions or comments by council members?
I'll just make a comment. As a part of that ad hoc committee, I'd like to say particularly thanks to Tim Toomey, who helped a lot with this project. And I think it was a lot of collaboration with certain citizens in this town that we came up with that. So thank you.
I'm so sorry. And that was my oversight. I apologize. What we did is we added to the ad hoc group with a group of citizens. And the recommendation to council actually came out of that ad hoc group. So I'm sorry, Mr. Toomey, and Mr. Toomey was on that. So I apologize for the oversight.
Yes.
Brian Sowers was resident. Just one thing, because I came from a city up in Northern California where we had the actual police department got switched out from local control to the San Mateo County Sheriff's Department. I'm just asking a question. I don't think it's something, whether it's been broached before, but we're talking about ambulance service. We're talking about fire service. Has it ever been broached that since we're doing these joint powers for those 2 entities, why we wouldn't think about that for our police support as well? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tim.
Tim Toomey, resident, and also thank you for the shout out there on participation in the ad hoc committee. So that was really a tremendous opportunity. So thank you, Member Richards, and I think it was Councilmember Tice also headed that up. But one of the things, and probably this is just for me being so close to the process, that I'd like to learn more about the JPA structure. When we met as an ad hoc group, we came out with the recommendation of contracting out the staffing, Carmel ambulance staffing, to the city of Monterey, I think was what we ended up with. But everything, like you said, Chip stays here. It was just a movement of that and the organizational structure to take it out of the direct responsibility of the police chief at that time and move it more into the fire area. So I would be interested in more information about the JPA structure and what the cost looks like as compared to the last recommendation, and then the timing on the new JPA and the governance. Any more information that you have would really be appreciated. But I totally support it. I think it's a great idea, and it will enhance what the ad hoc committee originally recommended. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Yes. We don't typically go on a back and forth. Real quickly, sir. So more will be forthcoming. We're not going to spring this. So this will be like all of our projects, which we do education and outreach, so the community understands when we get to that point. Number one, and then Mr. Sowers asked about. We've not talked about combining our forces with sheriff, and this is I'll take unabashed shout out to our police department, who really are the de facto police department for the Carmel Woods neighborhood, Carmel Point neighborhood, the Hatton neighborhoods down the coast, because the sheriff's department is, you talk about capacity, it's a massive county. So they're spread, they rely on our end. And if there is a police emergency, it is 99.9% of the time a Carmel police officer who responds on the point in Carmel Woods, again, all those places I mentioned. So, but no, sir, Mr. Sowers, we've never talked about combining efforts with another agency at this point in time.
Good. Jeff?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Jeffrey Downer on this one right now. I don't, when Tim and Bobby and Carrie and Marianne Chickatance and a couple other people were on that committee, that was a discussion about sort of how to restructure our ambulance under a model that was a sort of customer service provider model. And I think that Monterey, the Monterey Fire Department has done an excellent job of serving this community. And I would say that I'm sort of disappointed to see, and I certainly don't mean this as anything against Monterey. I'm disappointed to see that relationship sort of turning into something else. And I think that the decision to, when the city selected Monterey over CAL FIRE a number of years ago, and you and I have talked about this, and years ago we had a conversation about sort of how that happened. That was a service provider / customer model. And I think that there's, I'm not convinced that entering into a JPA, I'm not convinced yet that entering into a JPA is the right way for the city to conduct its business with respect to fire services. Like, what if we wanted to remain in sort of the customer service provider model, and we decided that if we weren't going to be able to do that with Monterey, we wanted to do that with CAL FIRE. I think that, and I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I think that's a question for the council. I don't think that's this is a very definitely a policy decision for us to make. And I think that I think that staff should come to the council for that go ahead. And it seems like this stuff has sort of been going on behind the scenes. And we've talked about this in your office a little bit. And I'm really not comfortable with that yet. I think that I've been on the council for 4 years. Dave has had a lot of years in government. I'm on the board of MST. Dave's on the board of TAMC. I'm on the board of Central Coast Community Energy. And I think both of us have sort of seen how JPAs work and how JPAs don't work, and and then we have COD, which is a special district, and how special districts work and don't work, and I'm not sure that having a JPA versus a special district is necessarily the right way to go, and I'm not sure that the customer service provider isn't the right way to go. So I have these concerns about this decision that seems to have been made already. And I think that that's the council's decision to make. And I think we should do that in a hearing, not, we should do that in a public discussion, not at this meeting. So
shouldn't we just leave this as a high priority, discuss it at a council meeting?
Yeah, but yes, but I agree with that. Of course, we need to do that.
Okay.
I'm taking issue with, I'm taking issue with the progress that's being made on the JPA at this point. Like there's this work going on behind the scenes to go down this one road. And I would like the 5 of us to bless that work before we get further down that road and it becomes a fait accompli, because Mr. Panholzer says we're not going to provide services to you as of the end of 2024. Like, I don't know. And I don't know how, how that all is shaking out. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And I'm probably happy that I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But I think that part of this decision is really our decision to make, not your decision to make.
Well, that was my caveat at the beginning of the meeting, Jeff, that we would go ahead and have this discussion down the road, just giving general direction today. But any other comments? Anybody in the public? All right, well, Jeff, I certainly take your comments to heart. I mean, I think that the JPAs have their pluses and their minuses. We need to have a public discussion about that. We'll be doing that. I did notice, though, that the projection of progress through December 31st has changed a little bit from the script I was given before. Progress may have drastically changed by exploration of new opportunities. And so what caveat there is now, it says continued exploration of new opportunities, including the joint powers agreement. So it's kind of a little bit more refined in the recommendation before us. So I think Jeff, you made a good job, a good comment. I'm supportive of it. The public process is what we go through. It's where we make our best decisions. So
yes, sir.
Good.
And I just want to reassure the community that we have a fine command staff that is we have a wonderful ambulance staff, right? So they're doing a great job. They have oversight and management and leadership from both the Monterey Fire Department and from Chief Watkins. So I mean, everything is, if something happens to you, God forbid, the ambulance is going to show up. Yeah, so nothing yet, but we will be coming to you with information.
What about consideration of reestablishing an ad hoc committee?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that might be a good idea.
Yeah,
Bobby, you still your hand up for that?
Well, we
need
have
another
some
volunteer.
answers. Yeah.
We could discuss that too at a subsequent meeting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. All righty. Why don't we move on then?
Okay, we're almost halfway through. We're about an hour, Mr. Mayor. This is developing a plan to ensure that our natural areas as well as private property are properly maintained with reduced fire risk. Obviously, our hearts go out to the people in Lahaina on Maui. We've been receiving a lot of emails because of the tragedy on Maui. Chief Panholzer has been responding to a lot of those. I know, Mr. Mayor, you've received a bunch that we're responding to, and we'll copy the entire council on. This is kind of a 2-part answer on our progress on this, which has not changed. I would say it's gone up a little bit. We have hired landscape contractors that are doing a lot of the weed whacking that we did by contract pre-pandemic, so our staff can work on more substantial projects like tree removals. Bob's doing a lot more tree removals. You've awarded contracts for private contractors to remove trees. We did budget money for Mission Trail Nature Preserve, where we're going to be doing some invasives removal. Councilmember Felito spends most of her day and a lot of her time in Mission Trail Nature Preserves, and there's it's not acacia, it's the bad plant, not Scotch broom. Hemlock, thank you. He's a winner. So hemlock that we're looking at removing. So we have the public works side of reducing fire fuel load and the risk associated with it, with the ladder fuels. The fire department goes out and does their annual inspections. Councilmember Felito had a flyer. We thought it was from around here, but it was actually from when you were in Marin. And again, Miss Prewi, who's our deputy fire marshal, does those annual inspections with the fire department. And then the other part of it is Chief Panholzer. This is something we budgeted pre-pandemic, but it's almost the draft, I think, is almost complete, which is the community wildfire protection plan that we're doing in concert with the cities of Pacific Grove and Monterey. So this was an effort. They also did the plan, I believe, Chief, for if I remember correctly, George Washington Park in the city of Pacific Grove. So again, looking at this is a plan that you'll see and you'll adopt with your neighboring agencies. But this is kind of front and center. We're making some good progress. Do we ever have enough money for this very high priority issue? I would argue sometimes not, depending on the weather and what's happening around the area. Happy to answer any questions or
comments by board members, council members.
I have a comment.
Sure.
I don't have anything much to say other than please leave this as a high priority. This is absolute high priority.
Karen.
Yeah, I think with the experience that we have seen this summer with Lahaina and other places and Canada and so on, we cannot underestimate the importance of fire fuel abatement in our community. And this is not just in Mission Trail, but that is a big part of it. But it's also making our residents aware of what their responsibilities are. I am not actually sure that people who live along Ridgewood Avenue or Ridgewood Road, excuse me, actually know how far their responsibility goes down into Mission Trail as far as yearly weed abatement. We have more and more invasives all the time coming into our community. This year, I think we've had to mow the medians along Junipero and other places at least twice. This is very, very important. I think we're going to see increased costs to maintaining a safer community. And along with that, along with reducing fire risk and making our public aware, we also have opportunities to let people know about fire safe communities in their neighborhoods, which could be another angle at reducing fire risk. But we also, I really believe, have a heightened awareness of the need to plan for evacuations that we maybe haven't done in the past. We haven't a fire siren, I guess, but we think we found out a year or two ago that it doesn't meet everyone throughout the community. Not everyone could hear it. We don't really practice evacuations, and maybe that's something we should start to talk about. I think that, we have heightened awareness about this. The volunteer group in Mission Trail Nature Preserve over the last, since 2009 has probably raised and spent over $250,000 doing fire fuel abatement that without that volunteer effort, the city would have been on the hook for, and I'm not sure the city could have kept up with that. So I think we need to, during budget time, really examine how much it actually costs. This year, when many, many trees went down in Mission Trail, the volunteer group paid to have the majority of the tops of the trees, which were green when they went down and then turned brown, gathered up and hauled down to Willow Trail and to Sarah Trail. And then the city picked up those piles to dispose of them, which it's a great public-private partnership. But I think as a community, as warm as it is today, we find out that even in a maritime yes, our maritime area, that things dry out extremely quickly. And some of our signage in our most vulnerable areas could be improved. If you see the same sign over and over and over for the last 10 years, you tend to ignore it. So I think that renewing signs is always helpful. And just apprising people of their responsibility in a community such as ours. So I'm very grateful for any inspections that are going on. I'm grateful that we're taking on this wildfire plan, and that I hope we will really stimulate the community into thinking proactively on what they can do.
Thank you, Councilmember. This, we talked about priorities earlier. This is the kind of priority that could stay on the list in perpetuity. I mean, this is an ongoing, there was a backlog of maintenance in the preserve several years ago on the city's part, and the Wheaties are great. Actually, Councilmember Felito is coming on our vlog on Friday, not as a council member, but as the president or ex-president of the Friends of the Mission Trail Nature Preserve, to talk about the preserve. So thank you for that. But again, some of these things really could live on, and we've tried to peck away at these. We again, during the pandemic, where we had to strip our budget, some of the maintenance for Mission Trail Nature Preserve went away as well, as a capital project, as an ongoing maintenance effort. So again, when we talk about the highest of high priorities, being bounded by on three sides by a lot of natural area, Pescadero Canyon, Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and then Pebble Beach, is this has to remain very important topic for us to continue to monitor.
I would just say that vigilance, you need to be constantly vigilant, and that's the case in this situation. We've got a forest that we're part of. We built into a forest. We didn't build a forest around us. It's a delicate balance, but I think that, I've got an awful lot of comments from people, letters lately. Chip, I do want to thank you for your response promptly to those requests for information from the public about what are we going to do for evacuation. I think Karen brings up an interesting idea too. Maybe a drill would be a good idea. I mean, honestly, you can't get out of here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon because of all the traffic leaving town, let alone in the case of a disaster. So I think there's some substance to what you've just mentioned. So thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad that obviously that everyone thinks it's a top priority and ongoing. It was very scary when we had the lightning strikes and all the major fires in the area, including Carmel Valley. And then when the Big Sur Basin caught fire and they wanted to evacuate Carmel and they wanted to evacuate Big Sur, not Big Sur, excuse me, Santa Cruz. I thought, how do we get out? And I actually left the area because it was very scary. I thought there was not enough exit routes, even though the whole state was on fire. I thought there was more freeways. So if we could have some education on the evacuation routes, that'd be helpful.
Excellent. Thank you.
Melanie Billig, resident. I want to thank you very much for this effort. It's really, really important. And I'd just like to say that there's been such a lag in proper maintenance of the forest for the last 15 years. And we're now painfully aware of how extremely important the forest is and the maintenance of all of our natural areas in the community. So one thing I'd like to suggest, it's going to cost a little bit of money, but it was mentioned that the residents are not aware of the potential for fire danger. I think many of them are, but they just don't think about it like all of us do. So one thing that would be a great idea is if we could do a small pamphlet, it's just something, a handout or whatever, maybe a large postcard, and send it out to every resident at least, once every couple of years, and especially to new people who move into the community. They are like oblivious to a lot of things that go on in this town, and there needs to be more public education. And I know we try awfully hard, but it seems like, there's never enough public education. So I'd like to really, encourage you to think about that, because it would save a lot of, I think, time and hassle and potential, real danger when an emergency does arise, for people to be more attuned to what their environment is. Then the other thing is, I'd like to get back to this idea of undergrounding. And I know everyone says, oh my gosh, the amount of money. Well, I'm sick and tired of listening to that. Look at Maui. Excuse me. And we are a very tiny village with very close together houses. And we have a wonderful forest. The forest needs to be maintained. And we need to consider undergrounding. It's not as expensive as everybody thinks it is, when you have to think about what the ramifications of not undergrounding would be. That's extremely important. There are ways we can fund this, not the normal ways of, everyone just plunking out several $100,000 per lot. No, we can think about doing a bond issue, having it put on the tax rolls, just like you would do a school bond, and pay it over time. When you sell your house or you pass on, somebody else just assumes it. Because this is a natural safety measure. This isn't some frill. This is taking care of our safety. We live in a real forest. We don't live in an urban forest. We live in an urbanized forest. The forest was here before us. And if we properly maintain it, and we take the safety precautions that are required when you live in it, then it's going to make a huge difference. So I would really encourage the council to start thinking creatively about how to do undergrounding. I know at least one of you, two of you have been very interested in this past. I would encourage you to get reinterested in it. So maintaining the forest, you've done a beautiful job in the parks and everything else. And I really congratulate you on that, but you need to go a step further. So thank you very much for all this time. I really appreciate it and all the work you do.
Thank you, Melanie. Take care of yourself, please.
We're not the frozen few, Sandy got me talking, I guess. What other cities are doing? You got a great fire chief in Pan. And well, what's another city doing? Talk about the city of Truckee, for instance. I own property up there. Somehow the city council and the fire department got together a couple of years ago and decided to do a major project, and that was to inspect every piece of property within the city. Now, I know they didn't go out into the areas where there weren't a lot of forest, but my property and where there's a lot of forest. They did. They went to every piece of property that had a problem with trash, trees, whatever, and had a fire problem. They did that. Then they notified me as to what the problem was on my property. 20 years ago, I planted 4 nice, beautiful Doug firs, and they were up about 15 feet, beauties. I went up and inspected my property after they were done, after the person who they recommended the company to clear the lots. And those beautiful my beautiful Doug firs are gone. They're a fire problem. I didn't have a problem with that, but it was sad. Yes, it can be done, but you're going to have to physically tell people what the problem is on their property.
Thank you, Ken. Next speaker.
Sure.
Sam Farr. I live on the edge of Carmel, Santa Lucia. All the houses south of Atlanta, Santa Lucia in the county are underground wiring, and much of the Point and Mission Ranch in that area. I think it's an important thing to do. We have a undergrounding fund that you pay to your PG&E bill. And we have a committee at the county level that decides where to spend those monies. I don't know what they do in the urban areas, but I think with the emphasis that PG&E is doing and advertising that they're really interested in undergrounding, that it's a really good time to look at it. And as far as your whole forest maintenance, I used to be a wildland firefighter. Green things don't burn. How fires get started from dead things on the ground. And so if you're really going to try to do maintenance, you want to preserve the trees. You just don't want the flames to get up to the trees. So, ground level maintenance and weed whacking is probably the best thing to do. And lastly, because I'm in this room, and give you all a point of history, in 1959, we had our 8th grade graduation dance here after graduating in the hall, Sunset. And I danced all night with one girl, Monty Gatewood, because we only played one song. And I think this is where it was produced in public. Somebody brought a 45 record player, and all we danced to all night was Rock Around the Clock. History was made in this room.
Thank you, Sam, for the historian. So I might just notice that that's also a discussion item for number 15. So maybe we're cutting to the chase here a little bit and saving some time when it comes to 15, but underground and utilities is so important. It's related to this topic. So please.
J.C. Myers, resident, Carmel-by-the-Sea. Nothing to do with the underground, but just a comment in general of how difficult it is today to get fire insurance. for residents. And I think that I certainly support this as a high priority status and would ask that we double down our efforts to create an environment that makes it easier for insurance companies to be willing to insure our homes. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you.
Susan Bier, resident of Carmel. And I just wanted to say, I can't imagine a higher priority than reducing the fire risk. And it touches on so many other things. The next item on the agenda is the forest management plan. And as you said, as long as the trees are green, they're not a fire hazard. I've seen a few newly planted trees that are on public right of way that die because they're not taken care of. That's just one detail, but I think that overall undergrounding, planting new trees that are well maintained and getting rid of the dead stuff. I mean, it all works together. I just wanted to emphasize the importance of all that.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
I can't reinforce enough what several speakers said. The next item, which is the forest management plan, you know, that
might
is
be a
going.
hand up. I think there might be a hand up in Zoom world.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Who is it?
Kevin Urquhart.
Yes, thank you very much for addressing 9, 10, and 15. You're right, they are linked a little bit. I'm an ex-forest and beach commissioner, was vice chair for a while. I just wanted to reinforce the insurance angle that people are going to run into very hard very soon. Companies are pulling out, rates are going up, deductibles are going up because of the risk that we can address with these 3 topics that you are working on. Thank you. Just to give you a little fear of the future, if you don't take care of these things, I've run into people recently that are paying between $5,000 to $25,000 a year for insurance through the California alternative plan due to the fact that they can't get any other insurer to help them. You know, paying a long-term debt for undergrounding or whatever, you know, compared to paying, you know, really high insurance that provides poor deductibles may be a reality for some Carmel residents soon. And I have had to reinsure a property outside of town, and it took many weeks to find an insurer that was in state, and my rates went up, but not horribly. But I almost had to give up and go to an out-of-state insurer or that California plan for the property, and it would cost me the proverbial arm and 2 legs. So these are very important issues, and especially in the plans and things like that. You know, we can't have trees that grow right up along a major power pole. You can see one at that was at the southwest corner of Ocean and Carpenter. There's plenty of other examples. We need to be planting lower story trees near power poles, removing ones that have grown too big and are about to knock them over. And green trees do burn when they knock down a power line. So, and all the trees that dropped in my neighborhood were relatively healthy, quite shockingly. You know, looking at the stumps sawed in half, they weren't rotten, they weren't bad, they were just big and old and too heavy for the soil underneath them with the recent heavy storm. So thank you for working on this, and it has importance for public safety, as everybody said. It also has major importance for individual finance when getting homeowner insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Anybody else? Alrighty, Chip, you were saying?
I agree. You know, several of the plans are linked, and you know, the chief panel is working on the wildfire protection plan. That's going to be you know, there was education outreach efforts at the beginning of that process, and we're going to make sure we share it very broadly with the community. And Chief, do you have plans to present that plan to the communities when it's in its final form?
I do. I was hoping actually that it would be done by the end of this month, but there was a little bit of a delay with the consultant. So we're beating them up pretty heavily, so that we should see the draft any day now, and the plan should be complete by I anticipate by October. And so then certainly once I can say for sure that we'll have it done, I'll make sure we get on the agenda to share it with council. And one of the things that become abundantly clear in the public outreach process of doing that planning is that the residents here and in the other jurisdictions are very hungry for more information. And so that's one of the things that I've also tasked my staff with, is to start planning on getting community outreach on wildfire safety on the calendar.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Chief, I just want to reiterate, I believe that every year we do an annual inspection on
all the properties in the village, correct?
Yes, we do. They're currently underway. System-wide in all of our jurisdictions, we're at about a 50% completion. We got a bit of a delayed start this year, but we're in the process of doing those right now.
Excellent.
Yes, I wanted to say I'd like to know more about the extent of those inspections because it's been my I understand that we are not allowed to actually step on private property to do those inspections. So it's pretty limited what we can see from a drive-by. So I'd like to know more about that. And I'd also like to say the city has an obligation to remove all dead trees from our public property and our preserve. There are at least 5 dead trees in Lester Roundtree Native Plant Garden that have been dead for over 2 years, and we have asked to have those trees removed, and they are still standing dead. They present a problem of dropping limbs on volunteers. We have to do a better job and set a better example as a city and get this done. It's that important. And maybe if we set a better example, the private property owners will follow suit. I also know that there are many dead trees on private property, and I question whether we actually go to those private property owners and ask them to remove those trees in a timely manner and let us know they've been removed. This is very important. And I am a tree lover. I am a big proponent of our urban forest, but I want our forest kept healthy and I want dead trees removed. I also want the totem poles that are holding up communication lines and looking pretty sad in this town removed. And if that takes people having to put in a different lead to their house, so be it. We have so many dead trees standing that look like totem poles holding up wires, and that's just not okay anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, Carol.
Carol Hall. I agree. The undergrounding makes perfect sense in terms of the fire danger in particular, and also aesthetics. Also, the dead trees being removed. I know have been complaints I've heard about where people are saying, I have to pay $420 to have somebody come out and tell me that tree's dead before it can be removed. So that's another stumbling block for people that may not have a lot of money to get their dead trees taken care of. So that's another concern. Maybe we should not charge people to take down their dead trees. Also, I think I don't want to see hysteria over forest. And what we have here, this is a very special forested area, and we have to live with some risk. And the green trees that are healthy need to remain. We shouldn't just be cutting down trees because they might catch fire eventually. I think when we move here, we know that we're moving to a forest. And if we don't want the risk of a tree falling on us, we should probably think about Arizona or someplace else that doesn't have trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Anybody else? Harvey.
I'm Harvey Billig, a Carmel resident, and I'd like to point out there was a undergrounding committee that was established by the city, and I thought it needs to be revisited. And I think it's unfortunate that one of our unenlightened previous mayors canned the project, but the project was working on ways to finance things. And I think PG&E has a tremendous responsibility here. I think on our bills, we have a good share of this expense based to tree maintenance done by them, done by tree services they own, et cetera. So I think that this needs to be reestablished, and that would be the first step towards getting everybody to understand what the cost would be, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Harvey. Appreciate it.
Could I just add a
yes.
quick line to that?
Go right ahead.
I also want to talk about the undergrounding, but I'll wait till we get to that topic. I just heard recently over the past few months that PG&E is actually cutting back on the tree maintenance, partially because people were complaining about the work that they were doing. So that is just something else to keep aware.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Dramoff's correct. They've eliminated their grid pruning endeavors. Last couple of years we were begging them to apply for tree removal permits before they cut trees, especially in the northeast neighborhood underneath our power lines. So yeah, I guess it didn't work out.
Well, I sense that this is a very high priority, so I think the staff's heard that very clearly. So
Yes, sir.
why don't we move on then? The other one's kind of, this next one's really interrelated.
Ironically
Actually.
enough, this one's
Yeah.
very intimately involved with the forest management plan. So again, we've surveyed trees, all the trees in the village. We had to come back to council to ask for more money because the tree companies who's doing the survey work underestimated, so we needed some more additional funds for us to be. So we've got the chair, Mr. Myers, and then Mr. Sowers, who are both commissioners on Forest and Beach. They've appointed a supplement, kind of their own ad hoc group to work on the forest management plan. It was a public workshop. We're going to have another public workshop. I think that Mr. Myers and Bob and I are going to meet with one of the other commissioners about the survey. We're hoping the survey was supposed to be out a couple months ago and it slipped, unfortunately. This will be a survey that we send to residents and about their vision for the future of the forest, the urbanized forest. And so again, this is a high priority item. We've made some progress on it since January, and we're looking forward to continuing that progress.
Excellent. Comments, questions? Nancy.
Yes, Nancy Toomey on behalf of the Carmel Residents Association. The trees topic was revealed in the package that we provided to the council and to the public at large. And overwhelmingly, those that chose to participate, it's a subset of our city, clearly, but those who chose to participate had a lot of energy on trees. And they were very positive and negative in various topics. And we encourage you to incorporate those feedback points into your go forward action plans. So calling attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Anybody else?
I've got a comment, Dave.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Dale Byrne. I'm being out and about doing the kinds of things that Carmel Cares does. I'm around trees a lot, and I also talk to the forestry people a lot. So there are a couple things. First, I think we all need to realize that unless I'm mistaken, the survey that Davies is doing is only for public trees. So I don't know what percentage of our trees in the village are public and which are private on private property. But I think we need to keep in mind that we're not really taking a survey of all the trees. And based on my discussions with people like Alan Wheat and Justin Ono, there are a lot of problems with trees in town. And I'm not sure that we're fully comprehending how big the problem is. So I think we really need to take this seriously, especially based on the prior discussion we just had about fire issues. So the other thing is, I think you also need to keep in mind how limited our investment is in dedicated forestry professionals in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I had a lot of discussions with Sarah about this before she left, and I saw some documents she put together estimating how much she thinks we needed. And I tend to agree with her. I mean, right now we have one dedicated forester and we have one dedicated forestry professional, and it is a profession. And we're sharing resources among other forest or public works people. I really believe we need an assistant forester, and we also, and Tom Ford is acting in that role to some extent, along with one of his assistants. We also probably need 4 others, a total of 5 forestry professionals dedicated, because the public works people also have a lot of things to do, and to get pulled off on forestry interrupts their day. So I think we really need to seriously consider, if not this year, next year, what kind of investment we're making in the forestry professionals in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Yes, I'm sensing 9 and 10 are kind of blending together here, chip along with 15 at some point when we get there. So
yes, sir.
Karen, I'm
just-
sorry.
Just really quick, something Dale said about assistant forester. We've gone through a lot of foresters. I haven't been here as long as a lot of the other residents, and not having a forester during critical times, it seems we need to find a way to retain the forester, and maybe they do need a little help.
Go. Anybody else?
Yes, I'd like to say something. I think years ago when I first moved to Carmel and became involved in spending close to 16 years on Forest and Beach over all that period. At one time, we had a huge forestry department. I think we might have had 15 people in that department. It was huge. We had a lot of good tree care. Now we have forestry by Public Works. Not to say anything negative, Bob, but I really do think we deserve forestry by forestry and that we need a forestry department again.
Thank you. That noted. Melanie.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally agree with you, Karen. I think one of our biggest problems was when we got rid of our forester, and ever since then, everything's gone downhill in the natural areas as well as in town overall. We had a magnificent forester and department, very tuned in to the natural environment. The most important thing in this town, some people think it's the beach. It's not the beach. People didn't settle this town for the beach. They settled it because of the forest. The forest was the iconic element in this community, the natural environment. I mean, you go back to when the explorers first came here and why they settled here, why the Spanish settled here. You go back to people like David Starr Jordan. You go back to Robertson Jeffers. You go back to Lincoln Steffens. All of these people who settled our community and made it the also iconic place that it is around the world is our forest. And yet people take it for granted. A lot of people here don't even appreciate it. I don't know why they moved here. They seem to think they can come here and cut down trees. And as Chip has mentioned, I mean, this place is revered and we're stewards of this environment. And the thing that concerns me most about this forest master plan is, number one, it doesn't recognize that we haven't been maintaining the forest. We have an excellent forest management plan right now. It only needs minor tweaking. It does not need a major review and change. The other thing is that so many trees are being removed, but I don't see trees that are real forest trees being planted. We're getting these lollipop trees all over town that have no bearing to this natural environment. And if you want to talk about looking at Maui, one of the major reasons they had a problem was, number one, the electrical system. And then number two is they planted all of these non-indigenous trees and plantings. Just the whole plantation system in Hawaii is not natural. And so they had a huge problem. And this is all in our minds, and we should remember this. So we don't need a bunch of strawberry trees, dogwood trees, and other lollipop trees. As Sam mentioned as well, you know, if you plant our indigenous trees, we're going to be very much protected, and if we maintain everything. But it's not our fault that nothing's been maintained very well for the last 15 to 20 years. So we're paying the price for it. But I strongly encourage you to watch this master plan. I'm extremely worried about it because I don't think there's the sensitivity to this very, very treasured forest. This forest is 15 million years old in this area, and it needs to be preserved. It's very, very important. Only 5 places in the world is it available naturally. So I want you to have a little bit more reverence for it. I know some of you really do. But there's an awful lot of people in this town that have no understanding of this forest or this environment that they live in. Thanks a lot.
Melanie. Appreciate it. All right, I think we beat this topic up pretty well. I did make a commitment we would break exactly at 12 for the due respect that Mr. Barron has a meeting he needs to attend. So if we can get through the next one, which I think we could probably, since it's 90% done.
This,
can we
this
do-
is like one of the most
Exactly.
most important.
I know that.
This is one of the,
Yeah.
making sure that stormwater flows in the National Marine Sanctuary correctly. So again, this is, we are the National Marine Sanctuary. This is a requirement from under this little pesky thing I try to joke about called the Clean Water Act. And so again, we've made some great progress on this. We've got a great draft. We heard back from the state board really quickly when we sent them comments, and we didn't hear back from the Coastal Commission until 8 or 9 months later. So Sergio and Mary Bilsey, who's our, again, new environmental programs manager, and just if you didn't catch that, she was a land use planner here with me back in the 90s for a long time. Anyway, so we're hoping to punch this through, Mr. Mayor, get the comments back and amend the LCP with the Coastal Commission in the near future.
Good. Any questions or comments?
I'll make a comment. I don't need to make any comments on this other than please keep it as a top priority. It's almost finished.
Good. All right. Do we want to take a shot at volunteer
I'll take a
participation?
shot, sir. So, this one, and Councilmember Polito and Maxine and I, talked about, the use of, maybe there's a third word, oversight was, we do need to manage, to make sure people are volunteering safely. And so we use the word oversight, and then council changed it to facilitation, I think in January, and I apologized because I put oversight back in there, but it's kind of there is certainly oversight required management. Volunteers, we can't let volunteers do whatever they want anywhere in the village, but we want to make it a little bit softer and friendlier, and so we want to facilitate. So I think Mr. Byrne talked about Tom Ford, who is an analyst who's been with us probably for about a year now. A great, hardworking young man. And so he and Emily and Nova revamped the website. So there's a volunteer webpage. From the facilitation standpoint, we talk about people coming into the village and saying, I'm interested in X, and trying to orient them to the right volunteer group. So again, this is an ongoing effort. I think we're doing very well at it. Mr. Byrne and Tom and Bob meet every 2 weeks, Bob, to go over what Carmel Cares, one of our major volunteer groups, is doing. And we again try to do that education and outreach and facilitation side of it with all our volunteer groups. So I don't know, there's not a lot to be said. I think it's going well. I think it's something we will certainly continue to pay attention to maintain.
Good. Questions or comments, Karen?
Yes, I'd just like to say that third word could be appreciation. So it would be volunteer group oversight, facilitation, and appreciation. And we can celebrate some of those things. The other thing that I think might be interesting is we all know that our staff is working so hard, often over time, to get things done. And if staff had projects where they felt some volunteers would be very valuable, if there was a way for staff to actually initiate opportunities and efforts, I think that would be something that would be looked at very positively by most of our residents, because we do have a caring community. We want our community to be beautiful. We want it to be safe. And I think we're willing to put sweat equity into it. We just need to be asked in some cases where there is a need.
I agree, council member. The funny story about this is a couple of years ago, my Rotary did a weed pull in Michigan Nature Preserve. You've never seen so much poison oak on anybody except for Graham Robertson. He went septic, and I promise you, I'm not going to get Mrs. Billig a chainsaw for Christmas. But I hear what you're saying, ma'am. But again, that was the genesis of the analyst position in Public Works. And again, Tom's doing a great job. So we'll keep up the effort.
And I forgot to mention that we have additional volunteer groups throughout the community. The library board, the volunteers in policing work so hard in our community. The CERT teams. We have Friends of Carmel Forest. We have lots and lots of volunteer groups. And I think engaging with them more and celebrating them more is a wonderful opportunity. Community Day is coming up in September, and many of those groups will be in Devendorf Park with their tables. And I think it behooves all of us to go there and say, attaboy, and thank you so much for all the efforts that you embark upon.
Good, Bobby.
Yeah, I want to say something about Tom Ford, and thank you for hiring him, Chip. He's doing a great job, and I really appreciate the work that Tom's done with the volunteer group. So
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okey-doke. Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to obviously support the volunteer groups and the mutually funded and mutually beneficial ones. That's so great. And when you were talking about reaching out to more volunteer groups, we do have a lot of access to volunteer groups here. And I don't know, I woke up last night thinking about the scouts and how, maybe they could be a resource for helping at Forest Hill Park, for example, or the Forest Theater, because my brother and my dad, and they were all scouts and Eagle projects. They need Eagle projects. And so they could come towards the city.
Excellent. Thank you. Alrighty, we're dangerously close to 12
Your
o'clock.
lunch isn't here yet, Mr. Mayor. You want to try one more?
We could, I don't know, beautification efforts. What do you think? I don't want, Jeff, you okay?
Oh,
4 minutes. It's kind of close now.
Okay.
No, let's take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 12:30. Excellent.
happened to people, especially when folks are new on the Board of Commission, new to the community, newly elected to council, they say, well, you know, Chip, what happened? Why do we have a deficit in our maintenance of the urbanized forest, or the beach, or our parks, or our buildings? And we had some lean years. With the past couple of councils, there's been a real renewed interest in instead of getting into a lot of litigation or whatever happened in the past. Especially this current council has really been trying to focus on, again, those areas that have been somewhat neglected. And I say that with respect. I don't know exactly what was going on in the past. Happened to be while I was gone, incidentally. But one of the efforts is to increase beautification. And again, you see what we're doing out there, working with our volunteer groups, pathway maintenance, pruning, and weed whacking, the island medians. I'm trying to get some native plants back, just overall beautification efforts. And so that's been going pretty well with the help of our volunteer groups. So again, the council's had this renewed effort, both financially and just philosophically, at reinvesting in those assets. And you'll see one on buildings coming up in a slide here. So some of the things that people say, well, why are you investing so much money to remove that old rusty tank and the wellhead in Mission Trail Nature Preserve? And my response is typically in a very nice way, because it's an old rusty tank and it's a wellhead. Someone could very easily fall through it and hurt themselves. So again, it's a legacy of things that we've inherited, so to speak. And again, we're playing catch up. So again, I think it's going well. I think it's not something. It's a renewed interest. It's a new renewed priority, but it's going to be something we need to maintain as well. Keep investing. I remember walking in Mission Trail Nature Preserve with Greg D'Ambrosio, and he was our assistant city manager. He was in Maxine's position for many years. He was our city forester before that. And he was saying, this is immediately prior to the pandemic. This is like in January of 2020. And I committed to saying that we were going to, have a line item budget in the budget for the next 5 years. That was my goal of reinvesting in Mission Trail Nature Preserve. And of course, 60 days later, the pandemic hit and we stripped our entire capital budget, our maintenance budget. So, it's like the tide coming in and going out. So again, we have this renewed effort and interest, and it's going pretty well. Bob, anything, what I missed? Or he says I'm good. Okay. Any questions, Council? Yes, ma'am.
2 brief comments. Tree planting needs to continue, but also tree watering, and also when we plant downtown, pruning so that they become good street trees is very important, so that they don't pop out and take over the area. And the other thing is, I'm a little disappointed with how dirty our sidewalks are downtown and our trash cans. And the trash cans that we chose with the flat top lend themselves to people putting things on top of them and it making quite a mess. So I'd like to see a little bit more attention paid to a schedule for sidewalk cleaning and cleaning of those trash cans on a regular basis.
Yes, ma'am. We have a sidewalk cleaning schedule that we employ, and we used to have a porter service that helped us keep trash cans wiped down. That's now the responsibility, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, of Green Waste Recovery. So they're supposed to be wiping those down. So it's a matter of badgering them to make sure they're wiping them down when they're plucking out the trash. And as a reminder, we get daily trash pickup in the village. But in PG, we get it once every 2 weeks. I don't know, once a week we get it. But yeah, that should be a service that's provided. But I don't disagree with you. Those ribbon cans were approved by, of course, Parks and Beach Commission. They're very durable, and they're blending more and more into the environment. Again, we just could not get the dome tops for the squirrel cans anymore. People didn't like touching the flower gate on them anyway. So anyway, if you see somewhere that we've removed a can in the residential areas, especially that became decrepit. Councilmember Dramoff's giving me a couple, and Bob's reinstalled those. So anyway, we're this is all part of the beautification efforts.
So how often do the sidewalks get cleaned?
So twice a year.
Twice a year for sure, then as needed, but I think Councilmember Polito is correct. It does need a cleaning.
Yeah.
Seemed to be a little bit of emphasis on pride of ownership of some of the buildings, but businesses would help too. I mean, I also think if we did a quarterly, award to the person who's done a great job of beautifying the outside of their building, in the commercial area, I think that would be an incentive too. Not monthly, but a quarterly award to somebody who's gone ahead and made a real effort to improve the look of their building. I think that would help.
I'm really surprised that we don't have more business and commercial property owners that have that. The chamber, Lance is back. The chamber years ago, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, had this take 5 at 5, or just go out with a broom and sweep up, or pull the dead plants out of there's a business downtown that has a Santa Claus boot as a planter, in July. It kind of surprises me, but yeah, I mean, that communication effort, Mr. Mayor, and one of the things we were working on, obviously, was working with the commercial property owners on the beautification efforts, so we could be more of a team. They glean a pretty good rent for their commercial property. So again, something I'm working with Mr.
Point out the Pine Inn did an excellent job of landscaping on the outside of their building recently. Kind of went under recognized, but it was a pretty big expense on their part. Made a big difference in the streetscape. Made a big difference in the look of that corner of the city. So, yes.
Yeah, I would love to see the Chamber of Commerce or Visit Carmel or our volunteer groups and a city incentive for beautification outside storefronts and caring for their storefronts. But also back to talking about power washing, we had that service, I understand, before COVID, and it went underway and it got pretty grimy during COVID, especially with the parklets. And even had some out of town people mention the sidewalks being really dirty and filthy. And I personally have slipped on the sidewalk just because they get, it was oily. I almost did the splits. And luckily I'm younger, but had I been a bit older, I could have really injured myself. So I think it's a safety issue as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we do own a sidewalk. I think it's a Panasonic brand, sidewalk cleaner, right, Bob?
Yes, it's not as effective as power washing, but you can't really power wash without having to hook up the water these days.
Yeah, and as a reminder, the state prohibits power washing if the water goes into a storm drain into the National Marine Sanctuary. So it's hard, it's expensive because the power washers have to put up dams and then vacuum all the water up. So it became prohibitively expensive to do on a monthly basis. But anyway, something we can certainly take a look at.
My understanding is that steam washing has to be the proper way to wash, and then you can recycle it, the water as well. And yes, you have to do what you said, which is a little more involved, but it seems like, it's to make Carmel welcoming and inviting and safe. I think it should be a top priority. And I think that was it.
Yeah, it's a good budget item. The mayor caught me upstairs. Some of these are items that we're taking in copious notes, but when we get to the budget cycle and we can tell you exactly how much it costs to have steam or power washing of the sidewalks, and we can say we need to increase this. And here's how much it costs.
J.C. Myers, resident, Carmel-by-the-Sea. In terms of the use of the word beautification, I would comment that our stairwells down to the beach are certainly something that are iconic and have a sense of beauty to them. And today they're in a real state of disrepair. And I would ask that it be something that's prioritized and certainly part of the consideration when we think of beautification of the city. Thanks.
Thank you.
One other thing I forgot to mention is that my understanding, it was about $150,000 per year for the washing. Could look into it, but one of the reasons that it went by the wayside, I understand, was that the generator noise of washing in the morning was too loud for people, and they complained, and so they did it later. 7, then it was 8 o'clock, and they complained, and then they couldn't do 9 o'clock because people are already walking on the streets. But since then, the equipment has gotten quieter, so something to look into.
Thank you.
My name's Kelly Francis. I'm a resident, third generation. I just wanted to comment on the amount of trash. It's shocking that the downtown detail has been picking up with Carmel Cares on an ongoing basis. And then I also wanted to include in the description of number 13, the Carmel Beach, because we also have been cleaning up on the beach for a year and a half. I have personally every week, and we've recently gotten Public Works will clean up on Friday, Town and Country, I believe, paid for by the city on Mondays, and then Carmel Cares volunteers on Wednesdays. And we've pick up buckets and buckets of trash and cigarette butts and so on and so forth. So it's my impression that the public is largely unaware of the huge amount of litter that is consistently picked up at the beach, and the need for more volunteers and the infrastructure repairs that were alluded to several times previously. So the beach, to me, and the ocean is arguably one of our most invaluable resources. And so it deserves this special attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Could I just
Certainly.
echo the comments that Councilmember Ferlito and Mayor Potter made about just overall, I certainly would appreciate the business owners making that effort. And then when we do see a nice effort made, to really single them out and praise them and thank them for the contribution to the overall downtown appearance. I think our downtown sidewalks are some of the worst I've ever seen. So whatever we can do in the future to assign some more funds so that the cleaning can be more frequent, I think that the downtown would definitely benefit from that. I certainly appreciate the effort with Public Works to return some of those residential trash cans, and I've already heard many positive comments from people who are noticing, especially like the one on Santa Lucia and Carmel that's back, and they appreciate that. So thank you, and looking forward to continuing with that. And then another issue that I certainly heard from on 4th of July was the excess of trash that was down along, for example, Scenic Road. And I'm working with Chip and Public Works to have more of our staff and more of Green Waste to come and keep more frequently cleaning that up and not allowing it to become an eyesore when that's our most prominent and visual and important area for visitors and residents alike.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Anybody else?
Councilmember. Just one more note, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So Bob does have staff scheduled on weekends. So he's got 2 staff members on Saturday and 2 staff members on Sunday from Memorial through Labor Day. And we often extend that and bring it back for Thanksgiving weekends. And these are kind of, they're Public Works employees. They do a great job. But they're kind of floaters. So again, they're checking the trash cans. They're checking the cleanliness of the restrooms. They're picking up, checking if we've got dumpsters for 4th of July or what have you, making sure they're not overflowing. So there's kind of spot checking floating around the village to deal with the worst problem areas, I guess.
I wanted to, real quick, Janice Bradner and her group who pick up the cigarette butts are doing an invaluable service in town. It's appalling to me, appalling how many cigarette butts they pick up. And some of these cigarette butts are being put there by business owners who stand outside their own buildings and smoke and stick the butts in the bushes. And I think that that's really bad. I would hope the chamber would maybe put out a little notification about don't deposit your cigarette butts in the bushes or something like that. I mean, come on, people have to be part of the solution.
I'm amazed at the solution that Dale Byrne found where they can actually recycle those butts and make, I think, furniture out of them or something. It's incredible. I mean, I could not believe that. They're disgusting. I mean, they're really filthy products, and yet they can be taken, cleaned up, and made into furniture. Incredible.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
a reminder that we do have, I created an Adopt a Tree Well program or Adopt a Pocket Park program in 2016. And this encourages an adjacent private business to adopt a tree well around one of our trees. We'll even buy the plants, but again, it's picking up the cigarette butts. It's periodically pouring something other than hot coffee on the plants. And we don't get a lot of takers, but it's always out there. It's free. Again, I'll buy the plants. Help us out a little bit, please.
Revive that plan. Bring it back.
Mayor Potter?
Yes, Dale.
Yeah, regarding the cigarette litter, I've mentioned, I believe, to the council previously that Carmel Cares received a cigarette litter prevention program grant from Keep America Beautiful. And we've been working very effectively with Brandon and Public Works to put our plans together. Carol Crandall, who's a realtor in town, she's actually in charge of that program now. And I think you're going to be seeing some really exciting things. We're also pressing the business owners because we know who they are. But it's pretty detailed what we're going to be doing. And we'll, as soon as we get it ready and we're rolling it out, we will make a presentation at the appropriate council meeting so that you can see what we've all been working on, but it's going to make a huge difference. I'd also like to call out Town and Country, the landscaping company that was contracted about a year ago by Public Works. They have been doing an incredible job. They don't have a lot of people, but the ones that are out are doing an incredible job. And I can say that honestly, because I used to do it with some of our volunteers. And when I see them, I stop and I thank them because they're on their hands and knees, pulling weeds, doing it the right way. So we're really proud of the work that they're doing. It's also freed us up to do other things, as I've said before. In fact, one of our main volunteers that I pulled a lot of weeds during COVID with, some of you probably know him. They're doing such a good job that he's now taken off and he's now up in Marin, and he started something that I would call Marin Cares. And he's making a huge difference up in Marin with what he learned down here. It's pretty heartening to see. One other thing, I've been working with our friends at the Forest and Beach Commission to come up with an upgraded plan for native plants on the Ocean Avenue medians, and it was recently approved. There have been some issues with Justin getting out there because of COVID, but we're going to take care of the tree issues. There's $25,000 in the beautification budget, and we do appreciate other money that it's not like the only beautification money that the city's paying, because they're funding beautification efforts all over town, and including the money that we get for scenic pathway that we're, I think, doing a good job of allocating. But $25,000 in terms of the rejuvenation of all those median islands, if we're going to do a first-class job, which is what we want to do, I don't think it's going to be enough. So we either have a choice of the council coming up with more money, or we work together. And I've had discussions with some people, including Graham Robertson, about going back to the original people and organizations who funded the last redo in the mid-2000s to get them to make donations. And we could certainly facilitate that to double or maybe even triple the amount that the city has allocated. So that's something we'll be talking with Public Works about, and we already have, and the Forest and Beach Commission. So I just wanted you to know that that is going to be an issue that we're going to have to deal with somehow, because we're not going to do a first-class job for $25,000.
Excellent, Dale. Well, I know you never do anything that's not first class, so I appreciate that. Anybody else wishing to comment? I will just say that one of the most expressive projects is the rail run or scenic pathway. That really is a quality job. The effort it took to get it together was a little bit Herculean, but still, it's a great job. It really is. It's the quality of the construction is amazing. The quality of the wood is incredible. It's really well done. So I really appreciate that. So thank you. Again. All right. Any other direction? Any comments?
Nope.
Okay, why don't we move on then to the
You move us ahead, Nova.
14.
Go ahead, do it. Thank you.
Perfect. Look at that. Oops, no.
So I'm controlling this one. I can't control that one.
Yep, there we go.
All right, we'll do it together. As I was saying earlier, again, dealing with long deferred maintenance on our buildings as well. So the council had a list of capital projects, and so we went out to bid on those recently. We sent you an email. I think we had $675,000 budgeted. The low bid was 1.2 million. So that item's on your agenda for the 12th to reject all bids. That would have entirely wiped out our contingency for the entire fiscal year, and we're only in the fiscal year, not even through the first quarter right yet, Jane. So bids are higher. We had 16 or 18 contractors on the walkthrough. We got 2 bids. So, the bidding environment is obviously very competitive. So Bob's working on a scheme to kind of break up the projects and get them done, hopefully for a lot less than $1.2 million. This priority also includes the library master plan. So Ashley's sister's having her 3rd baby. So she's I think in Oregon with her, so she can't speak to this, but there is the CPLF, Carmel Public Library Foundation, with Ashley hired Jason Architects. They specialize in public buildings, including libraries. So they're working on a schematic draft of a remodel of both branches of the library. And from what I understand, CPLF has hired a development director to eventually begin the fundraising efforts. So again, council, you'll be seeing a schematic of the remodel of both those libraries to keep them contemporary and serve the community's needs. So again, this is a project that council priority that's never going to kind of go away. We'll always be dealing with these things. And one more second, one more minute, Mr. Mayor, if I may. When we started the strategic priorities planning a couple of years ago, all of our capital projects were on this list as well. And the council said, well, no, these are things that we do on a more routine basis. And that's true, but again, they absorb some capacity. So that's why we highlight them through the budget process. We try to celebrate them whenever they're complete, and with tools like the Friday letter, working with Mary Schley at the Pine Cone, et cetera. So again, the facilities maintenance kind of works in concert with our typical capital projects portfolio. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions or comments?
So the next slide is kind of a continuation. Nova, can you move us ahead of number 14? So again, just the progress that we're going to continue to make. You wouldn't believe how much it costs to decommission a dumbwaiter.
Really?
Again, for obvious reasons, if someone doesn't crawl and fall into the basement, never to be heard of from again. But everything's just so expensive. So move on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
I have a comment. This is Dale.
Go right ahead, Dale.
Dale Byrne. Just to keep the council informed of this, it's sort of emerging. My friends at the fire department and in Cleve Waters, who is in charge of the maintenance areas in the city, they made me aware of some renovations that are required at the fire department, which probably aren't high on the list. Some of them are more critical than others. I recently found a person who I'm considering for a board membership in our organization to take on some of those projects as not a volunteer project, but with contractors, but to do some specific fundraising related to those, which I don't think is going to be difficult. And he also has some construction experience and severe project management experience. So I'll be bringing that up in our bi-weekly meetings and also discussing it with Brandon once we get this a little further along. But I think it could very likely happen in the next 6 months or so. So just wanted you to be aware of that.
Thank you, Dale. Appreciate it. Anybody else? All right, moving on.
So you may remember a couple decades ago, council, that on your utility bill, whether you were in the PG service district or you were in whatever it's called in Southern California, Cal Edison or something, that the California Public Utilities Commission allowed these are investor-owned utilities, right? They're publicly traded utilities, to charge their customers to eventually underground overhead wires. And the rule is a CPUC ruling, kind of like a law. So there was Rule 20A, 20B, and 20C. Now that charge is no longer on our electrical utility bills, but there's a pot of money that was associated with the ratepayers of every jurisdiction in California, like a piggy bank, that they could use to underground overhead utilities. So this is a high priority issue. We've already heard about it. Obviously, the use of Rule 20A funds, which are the funds that covered small jurisdictions like ours, are what do you have, Bob? About $900,000 or something like that.
I think it's under 800,000.
So it's under $800,000. So what the council recently did was you did identify two priority areas. One is Del Mar, and the other is the west side of Del Mar, and the other one is the Willow Trail. So to get the utility lines underground there. So Javier Hernandez, who I introduced later, you've all met him in council chambers. So he has submitted those to PG&E, and they're in their form of engineering. So again, the funds will sit there unless the CPUC reallocates them to another jurisdiction. So now that we have hopefully our foot in the door with these two projects, we can use those funds, won't lose any, and we can supplement with our own capital funds to underground these two high priority areas.
Let me clarify something on that, Chip. We presented to PG&E preliminary concepts for these two different ideas to see, are they, as PG&E's opinion, are they eligible for Rule 20A? Their feedback was they both seem to be yes. We're going to go to City Council, I think it's a November council meeting, to have council adopt an underground assessment district, to formally adopt it.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, we turn in the official package to PG&E to begin their process.
But it's all the engineering and all the drawings associated with that in the
it's
queue.
a very, very long process.
It's maniacal.
They, at the latest count, the Rule 28 liaison said it's about a 10-year process, which we've heard in the past, but that's the hot off the press latest information.
Well, so I think the bigger question that's begged is how to go ahead and fund a more robust project, which would be basically all of the town being undergrounded. It seems to me there's this process where we could go through where we put it to a vote of the public. I'd like to see us have a discussion about how to fund that vote as part of the budget process when we go through the budget. I think we could do that.
So an assessment of
Yep,
property
exactly,
assessment?
Exactly. See if the public will is there to do that.
I would definitely support us looking into how to fund it. And if we are really serious as a community, because everyone says they want undergrounding, but then the cost is always the issue. And then we never get anywhere, and another 10 years goes by, another generation goes by. So if we are serious about doing this, I would also like us to see putting together a group with citizens and staff. And if we could get staff to give us an estimate, what could we do in 10 years, 20 years, 40 years, how much of the city could be completed, and what kind of a cost and how much money are we talking about, so we can be serious about this. And maybe it will be too cost prohibitive and perhaps we won't be able to do it, but maybe this could be our opportunity to actually take those steps to move forward with it.
Yeah, we've been talking about this since at least 2018 when Mr. Barron was elected, and he had pointed out that the city, I think it was the city of San Diego, created a plan, and it's a 100-year plan to underground. But his point was, and it's a point well taken, unless we get started, we're just kicking that 100 years, down by years.
In that first budget, in the 2019 budget, there was a proposal on the CIP, a $75,000 proposal to study basically what we're talking about here. And the council elected not to pursue that at that point in time, back in 2019. And then COVID happened and everything sort of fell apart. But, I think this is a great idea. I think, I've always thought that undergrounding is a great idea, but I would say that I have tempered my sort of enthusiasm for it. I think that, the estimates that we got back at the time were $3 or $4 million a mile, and just for the undergrounding, not for the house hookups. And there are 20 miles of roads in Carmel. So we're talking about a $70 million, a $60 or $70 million budget, not including the hookups to the houses. That's a lot of money. There are so many issues in terms of who's going to pay for it, what, the houses on Scenic, for example, just to give you one example, the downtown area and the houses on Scenic, I believe, have their power lines undergrounded using the same Rule 20A money 30 years ago. So those pieces of town have benefited from sort of the application of public money to their own benefit. Would they be included in this assessment district because they benefited 30 years ago? What do we do about people that, elderly people who are on fixed incomes that have owned their houses for forever and pay $2,000 a year in property taxes, and now we're talking about charging them $1,500 more a year for property taxes? There are just a lot of issues, and I think it's more than I think the discovery of this issue is more than just a couple of city council meetings. And I don't think that I think this is sort of management consulting level project planning. With no offense to Bob, I don't think that we as a community are capable of really understanding how a project of this enormous magnitude would play out and what the effects on our community would be and all that. So, I would support, a bigger project, but my excitement is pretty tempered at this point.
Well, in the interest of untempering your or retempering or re-exciting your concerns, I think it smells like a good opportunity for an ad hoc committee. I'd be happy to volunteer my professional expertise, having done some undergrounding projects in the past as a building contractor. I think you're right. I think it's fraught with problems, but I don't think they're insurmountable, Jeff. I do think it begs a bigger public discussion, which I heard pretty loud and clearly the public wants to have. So I'm in favor of that. So.
Me too.
Good.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it too. I just want us to go in with our eyes open and understanding that each property owner would be responsible for the expense from their house to hook up to the underground is a big one for a lot of people. And also, as we have found in the past, we don't exactly know what's under the street all the time. And while they mark it, it's not always where it gets marked. So there would be a lot of street destruction for a long time. So if we do this, we want to go in there with our eyes open and with the understanding of what the project actually consists of, and then make an informed decision as a community as to how to fund it at that point. Until then, if we could focus on those two projects that Bob is going to submit, where we have high power lines going right through Mission Trail up to the Flanders Mansion, would be a really good start as far as safety concerns, and it wouldn't involve destroying any roads or digging any roads up. So, you know, at least doing something.
Alrighty.
Brandon, do you want to discuss what we're doing, or do you want me to discuss it?
Go ahead, Dale.
Okay. Just so the public knows, we've got a project that we're working on with a homeowner group on San Antonio near 4th. The concept is to remove 6 poles. They started another project and actually got pretty far along with the first 3, but we're expanding it to include 6. We come up with a unique way of managing the project where Carmel Cares is actually the project manager. We hired a Wallace Group professional project manager who's done all the pebble installations. And we actually have convinced PG&E to have bi-weekly status meetings, which I don't think they've ever done. And Brandon and Bob and I are working on a letter that they've requested. And basically, we're going to be at a position where they're going to have to start moving forward with the project probably in the next 30 days. It's clearly still going to be a long-term project, but not 10 years. So it's pretty exciting, and it reduces the price of the project by 30 to 40% based on having it become a nonprofit entity. So that doesn't solve the whole city, but if we can just get 1 or 2 of those under our belt, we'll have a lot more experience and we'll know what it looks like and what the problems are. So, and I'm excited about the partnership we have with the city to do that. And we'll keep you informed as things move along.
Yeah,
Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I live a couple streets up from that project on San Antonio, and you know, that project has been underway for 6 years at this point. You know, when I spoke to them when I was running 5 years ago, and the project was a couple years in, and they were trying to get the homeowners on board, and then they had some financing and not other financing, and you know, the whole project has been up and down. So, you know, the project is going to be a 10-year project. You know, by the time it finishes, it will have been a 10-year project. And I think that effort to, you know, to underground, you know, to basically 2 blocks of power lines, you know, illustrates what's in store. What's in store for what will happen when we try to underground 500 blocks of power lines.
Yeah, I think Mayor Potter was on the Monterey City Council when the city underground. It's called the Del Monte Beach neighborhood. It's on Del Monte, kind of obviously, but that was an assessment district. So each property owner was assessed based on their frontage, and it was bonded. So it was over a certain number of years, and they had to pay for the service lateral as well. So again, I like what was with Councilmember Dramoff is saying is, you know, kind of getting you a sense for not just process but potential costs, and then coming to you with this and talking about whether we want to, how much of a priority we want to make this. So.
And Jeff, you did kind of brand yourself early in the meeting as Jeffrey Downer, not Deputy Jeffrey Dahmer. Although I think you started to sound a little more like Jeffrey Dahmer now. But anyway, I realize there's all sorts of concerns and questions and problems here. But 10 years, I mean, if this project's been going to get to be done in the near future, sounds like this is 10 years well spent on this project.
Yeah.
Yep, we got to start.
Can I add just to that, because Dale did mention that he's been in conversations with Bob and I. So I just want to make a clear line here that the project that Mr. Byrne is talking about is like a completely privately funded project. The city's role in this is writing, of course, a letter of support. Of course, we're supportive of things going underground, and so that they can use that. Yeah, but working with them, and if there are any needed encroachments for undergrounding vaults and things like that, working with the project team. So that's why Mr. Byrne reached out to Bob and I. We are working on a letter that they would take to PG&E showing that the city is supportive of the concept, but we may, because we're maybe at the tail end of that 10-year process, we may be able to glean, like the mayor said, glean some lessons from this private citizen effort that we can apply to ourselves if we try to take on a bigger project. So I think we're keeping a close eye on that and staying in close touch with Mr. Byrne.
Yeah, and there was a successful project, a successful undergrounding project, which was the removal of the telephone pole that's right north of 8th Avenue on Scenic. You know, the homeowner, believe it or not, the homeowner in front of the pole, whose house is in front of the pole, basically ran that entire, I don't know if they ran the project, but it was basically their project, and they got some money from the neighbors. And as far as I'm aware, that project ran fairly smoothly. It just, he was in charge. It was his money.
We can talk to them. That was one of the mayor's friends, so we can reach out to him about the process he went through. Again, it was a relatively short run, but
yeah. All righty, one last comment from the public.
Yeah, I say we keep this as a high priority status. Obviously, the community wants it, and the council sounds supportive of it. I don't think we should be defeated by the timeline and the cost. It doesn't prevent us from analyzing it. And also, the downtown is undergrounded, Scenic's undergrounded, the county has undergrounding, and the CEO of PG&E has stated that she's for undergrounding, especially, and has stated Carmel is a great opportunity for undergrounding, and we are in a fire risk state. And so we don't know, with climate change and all that's happening, what PG&E will do in the future as far as, funding for undergrounding. So there's no reason we can't do the background work. I like thinking ahead, and I don't think we should be defeated, and we should have perseverance.
Thank you. All right, that said, I think we've got direction on that. Should we move on into 16? You have a perpetual Scout House.
yeah. So Scout House, it's is it a high priority project? You'll probably see this back at your regular council meeting in what do we think, Bob, October or November? Bob had I think a healthy meeting with the Department of Housing Community Development, who cleared up a whole bunch of things for us. And I think Sergio was on the call with you as well. So not a lot, no decision points for this project, for this property today, but it is a high priority and something I think we need to continue to focus on.
Any questions or comments? Anybody in the public?
And Nancy Toomey with the Carmel Residents Association wanted to point out that this is one of the topics that was covered in the survey that you've been provided. And interestingly enough, both people were very supportive of getting a new operator for running that facility, as well as the possibility of selling it as a property and guiding it towards affordable housing. So we had a diversity of opinions and views represented by those who chose to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate the efforts behind the survey too.
Yeah, I think selling the Scout House is a great asset opportunity for the city to put into much more needed funds. Like I said, I have a family that have been Scouts and Eagle Scouts, and they had their meetings at a church or at a school, and it was not very often. And so it seems very underutilized, and the city is obviously not maintaining it or can't. So I hope you can sell it.
Thank you.
I do want to be clear that the Scout House is not falling down. So Max got our insurance carrier to put a new roof on it. It's got new scuppers and downspouts and rain leaders. So, and it's, Cleve checks it. We keep it at whatever 66 degrees. He checks it on a weekly basis. So, but it needs love. I mean, obviously the biggest impediment to us improving it is access for Americans with disabilities. So that's the biggest hurdle.
Alrighty, next item then.
I'd also like to add that Town and Country and Bob's crew were doing a great job of keeping the landscaping in check, which hasn't always been done.
Appreciate that notice. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councilmember Dramop had a comment.
I'm sorry.
Just had one quick sentence basically to say is as in the past, I've certainly supported the idea of selling it, but it is a tremendous opportunity to see if we can do something with an affordable housing site, especially with its location. I think it would be a perfect opportunity. So I support that moving forward with it.
Well said. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Okay, anybody else? All right, let's go on to 17, which is coastal
Yeah,
engineering
this,
study and
this is
climate
an
committee.
interesting one. This one was a high priority of council. And then in January, we had it marked as complete, although it wasn't complete. And then, of course, we had the winter storms, and then Bob rejuvenated it, and he's gotten money. We put money in the budget, not just for engineering, but actual implementation. And, this is a focus on revetment, seawalls, and staircases. This is also a beach sand migration study. So it's got a lot of moving parts. On your council agenda for September in 2 weeks, you do have an item, which is a $500,000 coastal commission grant, not coastal conservancy, coastal commission grant for more planning. So the planning is, people talk about planning, well, it just goes in the shelf. Well, again, hopefully these are plans we can develop that can eventually be built into capital projects that we can fund. So the coastal commissions, you can't use it for implementation. You can't use it for building. But anyway, it'll be on your agenda. Bob's already written a fine staff report for it. Bob, what did I miss?
I think you covered the highlights.
Just to remember that we are going to actually do repairs with part of the money that we budgeted. I think we budgeted $500,000 this year for coastal infrastructure, half of which will go for design, half of which will go for implementation, i.e. we will be building something with the money that we budgeted.
Good. Public, anybody in the public want to comment on this item? Alrighty, council members, any final comments? Alrighty. Okay. Uh-oh. Don't be shy.
Sorry, just a quick comment. I'm Kelly Brzezowski. I'm on the Forest and Beach Commission. We've had some discussion that the $250,000 that is in the budget for this year from the council, especially with the $500,000 potential grant, we would love to see that money allocated to some of the more urgent projects at the beach. And one potential, rather than continuing to invest in studies, might be to just for some of the stairs and the places that we know are presently safety hazards, to see if we could just get bids, from a couple of different people the people who do that work have engineering teams and departments, and it might be a more efficient way to be able to get some of those safety features improved more quickly.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. Okay, anybody else? All right.
So about a year ago, actually less than a year ago, probably 10 months ago, we hired Jane Hogan as our accountant, and she and Maxine led us through the budget process this year. Jane came from the private sector, but she has so much acuity in finance that she picked up municipal finance very, very quickly. She's now our finance manager. She does a great job. She led us through the budget cycle, the audit cycle, another comprehensive, we got that award. They call it something different now.
Oh, the ACFR.
ACFR, yeah, it used to be called something like the ACFR. We got another ACFR award, which is our 5th or 6th year in a row. So, this item is something that makes sense. We need to make sure that we're always updating our policies on reserves and having the most contemporary financial accounting systems. For the benefit of the public, again, it wasn't but 2 years ago that we increased our reserves after 104 years from 10% to 15% of the budget, the general fund budget, and so that's going well. So I'm always bullish but cautious about our budget, but we're doing well. Congratulations to Jane, and thanks really to Jane for her work. So this is an ongoing project. We'll always be tuning up our finance policies. Again, my conservative posture when planning a budget that I present to you, and everything's going fine for now. I will add that we did end the fiscal year, the unaudited fiscal year. Jane estimates that we came in about $500,000 more than we budgeted, which is good. Property taxes were off by 2.6%, which is interesting based on some of the large sales, but TOT was a little bit more robust, and sales tax a little more robust. So again, that's unaudited. So we'll get you, final numbers in the winter. That's what I got.
Jane, well done. Honestly, it's the money that makes the wheels of government actually work. I mean, it's public participation is great and everything else helps, but if we don't have the money and we don't have the fiscal underpinning, we can't make anything happen. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
As part of the financial policies, do we have researching grant opportunities in place as part of the policy?
Sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
guess I'm asking Chip because he's the administrator.
Yeah. So, so we're on, we do not have, so we have a variety of staff. We do not have a grant writer. So a variety of staff write grants for us on various projects. So you're going to see some items at the end. Brandon and his team received grants to update our historic context statement twice now. Received LEAP grants and REAP grants for our housing element update. Bob gets grants for capital projects all the time. The chief, both chiefs get grants for projects. So, and the beauty of grants today versus when I was a youngster here, my first offense is that you don't have to hunt for them. You actually, there's listservs where these grant opportunities for us come out. Talking about PG&E one more time, the investor-owned utility, they have this fire, because they're dealing with wildfires caused by them. And we thought we were a great candidate to apply for a grant to underground the utility line, which goes through a nature preserve to Flanders Mansion. Talk about, a more high priority project. We were denied that grant. So, again, it's something that's constantly on our radar, what we're doing on a really regular basis.
Any other questions or comments? I don't see any. Excellent. Social media.
So social media. So one of the things that council recently saw a redraft, kind of a refresh, I guess you'll call it, Emily, of our website. It's still a little bit clunky, so we may be approaching you in the budget season to do something, do the whole thing over again. Vis-a-vis social media, it's really easy when Visit Carmel, or in some cases the chamber, they have I'm sorry, council, I don't do social media. So a TikTok account or page, or what is that one called? MySpace? Is that what you have, Brandon? MySpace? Or something.
I have this friend named Tom.
And so we're constantly, with our populace, we keep thinking about what platform, what social media platform will our residents use to maintain that contact, and we, quite frankly, we haven't come up with one. So we use our website. We're always directing people back to the website during storms, but even that's imperfect. The other day I was talking to Councilmember Dramoff. Remember, during Holy Week, which I don't call Holy Week anymore, I call it Hell Week. During Car Week, we had a power outage. And the mechanism that the chief and Max and other people used was the website to alert people that the power may be going out, and here's why. Kind of, again, it's based on PG&E. It's kind of a black box. So, this is something that I think we should continue to monitor, but I don't have a recommendation for you to set up a Instagram, or help me out here. Facebook. Thank you. Some kind of an account where we could maintain a presence and be tweeting out on a regular basis information that's relevant to our residents and stakeholders. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's just something I've not come up with a good solution set.
Nancy?
I have a partial that I routinely keep a whole lot of the Carmel related Facebook pages, including the Carmel Residents Association, but also others, informed about a lot of the stuff that's going on in town, whether it's an event or city meetings like this one, etc. So I do a lot there on behalf of the village, but it's Facebook only. And then beyond that, it needs potentially some attention. But there's a lot of people who subscribe. I mean, there's probably, of the two dominant Facebook pages that I keep populated, there's probably 4,000 or more followers to those pages, and they appreciate that exposure to what's going on in the city and the issues and challenges, the good and the bad, and all the rest of that good stuff. So that is at least in part covered as a part of kind of my all my copious spare time. Thanks.
Well, you're pretty close. I think we've got 4,007 Friday Letter viewers. So you're getting there. But we also, we have these listservs. Look, we have these listservs. So if you have an interest in wireless telecommunications, you can go to our website and sign up. So you get this constant notification. Again, it's via email notification, but you get this constant notification of when drafts of documents are prepared, when hearings are. And so, I mean, that's become a, kind of the similar source, Mr. Toomey, to getting information out in areas where people are interested. And we have the same for our volunteer efforts and cadres as well.
The listserv and the your Friday letter have been very helpful, especially during emergencies. But yes, during the storms, Facebook was the primary. Nancy was really good about having information on the resident site, and people could also add on to that. So, the County of Monterey has a website, you can follow CAL FIRE, and then we've actually screenshotted and put that on the resident side, screenshotted your Friday letter information, put it on that site. So it just seemed like it could be more streamlined, but it definitely reached a lot of people.
Thank you.
Could I
Appreciate
just
it. Yes,
add-
go ahead.
Chip, just to follow up on what you were saying in the discussions that we've had, I think right now, so far, the most successful thing is the email list that people who sign up to the Friday letter to send them the bulletins. And that way you don't need to worry, this person has Twitter, but this person doesn't use Facebook and all the rest of it. That way you just directly get it. And Nancy and some of the other residents have done a wonderful job about posting things, and then that gets circulated around. So I think right now I'd say that's probably our best bet to continue that.
Thank you.
Jeff?
I think I put this thing on the list when we first started, when we first started this process years and years ago. And I think it was probably 1 to 4. And I kind of muscled this thing onto this list. And I think that, maybe it's a little bit misnamed. And, in terms of it says social media plan, I think that the city could do more in terms of the way it communicates, especially with its residents. And there are people that don't use Facebook, and there are people that don't use email. Nobody, like I do not send, my nieces and nephews emails, like they don't read them. And there are people, like I get, 100 emails a day, and sometimes I don't read things either, even the Friday letters. And I think it's a challenge. I think it's a worthy challenge to try and figure out how to connect with the people that are somewhat disconnected. And I think that when we think about this problem from the perspective of the tool, whether the tool is email or whether the tool is Twitter or Facebook, well, not Twitter, whatever that thing's called now. Whether it's, Facebook or email or whatever, we're not thinking about the problem correctly. You pointed out, Chip, a few minutes ago that we had kind of a problem because the power was going to go out, and we communicate via our website. And is our website here down in the basement, or is it somewhere on the cloud, or wherever it is? And maybe we can update the website because the power is going out. The CERT team uses WhatsApp to communicate. They use WhatsApp to communicate just to themselves when things are going wrong, when they're going to be called out, or when there are situations around town, or whatever it is. And so there are a lot of tools, that can be used. But I don't think we really understand like what we should be using the tools for, how we should be communicating with the residents, or, whether there are residents that would like to know what the Planning Commission is doing, or the Forest and Beach Commission, or the Library Board. Like, I don't know. The Friday letter sometimes talks about those things, and sometimes it doesn't. And so this is still sort of a communications black box that I don't think we really understand. And I don't think we're really taking advantage of the things that we could do to really make the city a more transparent isn't the right word, but to increase, and brand awareness isn't really the right word either, but it's somewhere in there. It's somewhere in, here's where I find the city. Here's how I communicate with the city. I know someone reads. I know when I respond to this Instagram post or this WhatsApp post or whatever, that someone's going to read it. It's that sort of thing. And so it's this sort of nebulous thing, but we're not thinking about it right.
Well, my question is, do we want to keep this as a priority or not? Isn't that what we're here to talk about?
Yeah, it's not a high priority. I mean, it's still something we're still thinking about.
Yeah, I think we need to do a little problem solving about what information we want to impart and how do we do it. And different information requires different methods. If it's an emergency, we need an emergency basis of relating. If it's how do you plant trees? There's moths coming, you may want to spray. If it's general information that you would value as a resident or property owner who isn't here all the time, then that's more like a newsletter kind of information. So I think we need to spend a little time about what do we want to give people knowledge about and which platforms are the most appropriate for that. If we thought about the town and it's small enough as a large HOA, homeowners association, we would have been collecting information from every property owner and even their tenants if they have rental property so that we could communicate with people. And whether that is a physical address or a mailing address or an email address, we don't have all that information. And with 60% of the people that don't live here full time, what they do on their property can really impact our entire village. And they may not know anything about what trees to plant, how to water them, how to care for them, what's going on with a possible undergrounding program. So I think we need to do a little more analysis of what it is we want to tell people and which platform would be most appropriate to do that. And it may be 2 or 3 different platforms depending on what we're trying to get out.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, we have the emergency, you know, the reverse 911. We've got the platforms at the Nixle Pixel, you know, yeah. Yeah, so we have that, but that's a really great exercise. I think we can look into that and maybe we have some of those boxes already checked with our regular communications and our, you know, email notifications and our wonderful Friday letter vlog.
But we should start to compile that information if people are willing to give us their email or their mailing address when they buy property here and so on. We should start the process.
I'd also like to put a plug in for the Pine Cone because a lot of people read the Pine Cone and it could even have like a city section. You know, you can sign up for listserv on the topics that you're interested in. Because when I moved here, you know, the Pine Cone was my first resource until I learned to go on the city website and know that I could sign up for those things. And especially new people coming in, it could be coupled with the people that are not on digital media.
Could I just put in a quick suggestion? I think we need to add the word communications to the title. I think the social media aspect is a little bit confusing or a little misleading on what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, I agree. I think retitling it's a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Social media just throws me. It could be anything.
Yeah.
I only into the frustrated.
Okay, wonderful.
Right.
Thank you, Council.
Good job.
Ready to move on?
Yep.
Let's skip over this one.
I'm
joking.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Been tried.
Yeah, we bought this 8 years before my wife was born. So, yeah, so this is a high priority. I mean, again, you know, we had a process a couple of years ago and it didn't work out and we took a time out and we've kind of reprioritized it. So, I mean, I guess the punchline here is I think, Emily, we're gonna be seeking council direction before the end of the calendar year. And so we'll come back to you with again, like you've said on especially Councilmember Polito to me, as well as the Scout House with a suite of options, not just the conservatorship, which is the route we went before. So yeah, it's again, it's safe and sound. It's not falling down. We check it on a regular basis. It's relatively warm inside. It's not leaking, but clearly something we need to try to make some headway on its future.
Any questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any. All right. Yes or no? Okay.
I'll just
Don't feel you have to.
Anybody else want to talk? I similar to the Scout House, I feel like this is one that should be sold. I hate to see waste and underutilized properties, especially when we have affordable housing needs. We have needs with the city to fund other things.
Thank you.
All righty, that noted. We're done. We'll be talking about this at the, what meeting?
I think
September?
October, or November.
October,
Mayor.
okay, good.
Yeah, and this is another one, street addresses, again, something that we've been kicking around. We did a lot of communications on this. Again, this is one where the CRA did take did survey their membership and got some opinions on this. Again, this is something that we're planning on coming back to council in probably October and getting some policy direction from you. We've been unsuccessful at breaking through I hate to use the B word, bureaucracy with the U.S. Postal Service, but we've not made any headway. So we're going to come back to you with a suite of choices about proceeding with an outreach and education program, developing some kind of a mock address system, or killing the project. So again, a couple of options that you'll have. No decision I need from you today. Certainly willing to take any comments or suggestions or feedback, but this will be coming up to you at a future meeting.
Any comments at this time? Yes, don't be shy.
I've spoken to you all a few times about my concerns about not having street numbers, and I've tended to focus on the delivery issues. And to me, the biggest issue is not so much getting deliveries. We've never talked about, at least I have never talked about, the need to have mail delivered. My biggest concern is health and safety. I know I sent an email to the council members recently with a couple of new issues that have come up. I just want to mention kind of one more. Several months ago, there were 4 or 5 20-somethings partying at a house behind us. You could hear them, so we knew that there was a good time going on. They were clearly using some sort of drugs. The owner's daughter had a serious medical issue, and the owners were not there. And one of the visitors called 911. And I'm not sure how you folks find houses, maybe use GPS, but he could not explain. He knew he was on Lincoln Street, but he had no idea how to explain where he was. And he couldn't look down at the door and see a house number. The first responders went to the wrong house. They went to the house next door. And my concern is, I don't know what her issue was, but it's just such a waste of time not being able to get to the right house. Look, I've been coming to Carmel for 35 years. I remember when it was a lovely, sleepy town that you kind of happened upon when you drove up and down, Highway 1. You could drive down, you could park on Ocean, you could stroll around town without crowds, you could poke in and out of shops, you could sit down in Rich's Bakery and have a cannoli and a cup of coffee. But the horse is out of the barn as far as I'm concerned. We've advertised the hell out of Carmel. It is now an international destination. So we don't get a handful of people on the weekends, we get thousands. You can no longer find a place to park in town. You can no longer stroll along the street. There are men and women standing in doorways like prostitutes in Amsterdam, hawking their products. Their skin, that's how it feels to me. I'm offended when I walk down Ocean and some guy comes out with some kind of a card, come in and look at my cream. I'm not interested in that. And there's certainly no way you can find a seat in Rich's Bakery anymore because there's usually 15 or 20 people lined up outside. To me, having a house number or a business number is an infrastructure issue. We have thousands of people coming to this town who can't find their way around. If you try and walk on the streets on a weekend, there's hundreds of people standing on their phones, looking at their maps, trying to figure out where this restaurant is, where this store is. If they just had a number, you'd be able to walk to that street and get there. I just think that common sense kind of needs to prevail here. Having a business number or a house number to me is the same as having places for people to park, safe sidewalks for people to walk on. I don't know what else we can say. I know that a lot of the people in my neighborhood, I mentioned in my email, there are 9 houses where I know the people, they're not all full-time. Every one of them would love to have a house number. They're not always getting their mail at the post office and answering the CRA, opinion polls. But when they're here, they know the issues of not being able to get a delivery truck to the right house. I'm sorry. I'm a little passionate about this because
Nothing to be sorry for.
situations where I've been the recipient of, the police going to the wrong house. And it's just frightening to me to know that I might not get help if I need it.
We may have spoken, but could you tell us your name for the?
Oh, Betty Coolis, I'm sorry, Montgomery Street.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Appreciate the testimony.
I've got a question for Chip. Oh, I'm sorry, there's one more speaker. Go ahead, Nancy.
I will let the responses that were shared in the findings of our survey speak for itself. I'd like to switch my hats back on to just being Nancy Toomey resident. And I think it's, should the decision as it's ready, prepared for council to make, be to go ahead and implement addresses. I personally will respect that decision. And it's just then a matter of what are the details of how that's implemented? What does it mean to the post office? What does it mean to having either mail slots in our door or mailboxes, if that's also a part of the options that are considered? What does it mean to signage? So I think there are people, myself included, who have opinions on how that could be best done and respecting the character and the charm of our village with the heritage aspects incorporated into that implementation. So again, should that decision be one that is made to support addresses, there's devil in the details, and we get it. And I think you understand that, Chip, and your staff does. But we'd like to be a part of some of the subtleties that are considered should we go that way. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy.
Hello, I'm David O'Neill, and I am coming from a house divided, as many of us are, in the community. We're really divided on this issue. I love the charm the reason why we came here to Carmel. I think there is a possibility of creating some more safety and keeping some charm at the same time. There may be a possibility of doing something like actually assigning addresses to places that they don't actually have to display. People can display it if they want to, but can be found by, services and stuff like that. So anyway, I just hope to find some solutions.
Thank you, David.
I also believe in street addresses for safety, but keeping our mail delivery for the time being. I know it's a divided issue as well, and it looks like it needs to come to a vote and needs more attention, as Ms. Toomey mentioned.
Thank you. Melanie?
Melanie Billig. Well, I'm equally passionate on the other side. I don't see what the problem is. I've lived here over 30 some years, and I have not had a problem with deliveries, either at the post office or at my house. So I'm very supportive of keeping things the way they are. And if you think for 1 second that you're going to be able to keep the post office when you do addresses, that's not going to happen. The post offices are closing all over the country, and especially in small areas. So they're just going to tell us via Nona Marie. And I don't care what somebody tells the city today. It's not going to be there tomorrow. And this is such an important institution. It's a very social institution in this community. And it helped marks out what we are as a community, that we like to get together. We like to communicate. We like to see each other. We're not a walled off community. And if any of you have really looked at these modern boxes that they put at the end of a street for you to go pick up your mail, just think a second how that's going to look all over this tiny village with the banks and banks of gray metal post office boxes. So I'm passionate on the other side, and I'm ready to fight too.
Pay for that. Pay-per-view.
Hello, Kevin Ricardo, resident for a long time. Grandparents were here decades ago, and family owns a business for 75 years. I think you really do need to listen to what she said, because it's entirely wrong. And you need to listen to the tone, and you need to listen to the lack of respect for her fellow citizens. We live in the 21st century, not the early part of the 20th century. And there's really no choice legally anymore with not coming up with some alternative form of street addresses. You're violating the ADA. You're violating the Constitution, freedom of association, freedom of commerce. I've submitted this stuff to the city council. I want to keep the post office too. I walk there every other day. I don't mind. I live close enough to it. I'm against home delivery of mail, except for ADA. I like the way it is. But the problem is, as I've documented for you in submissions, there are massive legal impediments to not having a home address. You cannot file corporate documents with the state. They're now online. They insist on a submission, and your address for your LLC, Corp, S Corp, et cetera, must be in the US Postal Service database. Oops. You have to spend a long time on the phone arguing with the clerk in Sacramento to get your corporate documents submitted annually. You can't get a tax ID number. When you order medical devices and medical supplies, they will not ship them. So you're telling people that are older in this community, a lot of older people, I'm getting there, I'm only starting, that when their insurance company wants to send them something, it can't get here. Not all of us have businesses out of town. I used to work out of town, and then my employers banned private delivery of mail to the workspace. So on and on and on. I gave you a list of 16 legal impediments that happen to everybody who is not retired, doesn't run a business, and doesn't order anything over the internet. They don't know. They don't encounter these things. Yeah. And the biggest one is identity theft. I've had my social security ID stolen once. They caught it quickly. I've had credit cards stolen 4 times. When you try to argue with a clerk on a phone in another nation, maybe, or another part of the country, and part of identifying that you're a real person and not another fake is you have to have an address in the USPS database, you're in trouble. My wife and I had to take our ID, my son's ID, and go down to the bank with a cooperative banker, sit on the phone and text stuff back and forth to the bank's headquarters in New York because they locked up his funds while he was in Asia. They wanted him to get on a plane and fly back and show up in person at the bank due to the banking rules. But they shut down his account and they shut down his credit cards. So this kind of stuff is real. It's not fake. And people who live in a little small bubble world and don't interact outside of it and don't want any change, they've got to figure out a creative way to facilitate the change while still keeping the town's character. That's the real solution, not just the party of no. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. We can keep the comments a little bit less personal. That'd be good. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to be really personal. This is Susan Bier. I'm a resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea, and it sort of sounds like addresses are the new beach fires. But I would like to make a distinction between mail delivery and implementation of addresses that can be included in online databases. Now, it may not be possible, I don't know, but I've been told there are communities that have addresses and still all of the mail is through the post office like we have. So hopefully what Melanie fears wouldn't come to pass, but of course I have no way of knowing. I love going to the post office also, but as the gentleman before me said, we can't ignore we live in the 21st century, and so much is dependent on what people can access online. Everything from, this is where I get personal, I couldn't do Wi-Fi calling with AT&T because they couldn't recognize my address. Things like getting appliances repaired, to say nothing of setting up utilities or any other kind of repair, emergency services, all of these things, they absolutely demand an address that they can recognize. So I would love to see everybody still have a house name. I don't care whether they have numbers, as long as it's something that the map services can find and that the service providers can find. That's all I really care about. But I think it's telling that most of the negative comments I've heard about getting addresses come from people who have lived here a long time, haven't had to spend hours and hours and hours just trying to get their utilities set up or whatever other services they might need. Everyone I've talked to who's moved here in the last 5 or, maybe, I don't know exactly how long everyone's lived here, but say 5 years, absolutely is adamant we need addresses and think it's ridiculous that we don't. And the only thing I'd like to add is a story I heard, which may or may not be true, but from a lawyer who lives in town, grew up here, and gave me the history of having no addresses. And he said it was after the 1906 earthquake, so many people were in debt who came down from San Francisco. They didn't want to be found. So is that really the tradition we want to keep?
I think it would be a huge mistake to bring in street addresses and get our post office closed, because that's what will happen. I mean, what was mentioned before was there's examples all over the country where they close post offices because the volume's out there and they have to pay for people to actually do delivery. Now, I've lived there over 30 years. I have a corporation that has the same address. I deal with all kinds of medical things. I have no trouble at all explaining what's going on. I think that's been blown out of proportion tremendously, and I don't know why the people said that. Maybe they aren't dealing with things appropriately, but I would like to say, but I travel a lot too, and I have no problem because I know my mail's safe at the post office. I don't have to go to, hunting it out somewhere else. I don't have to worry about somebody stealing it out of a post box, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I like the fact I do a lot of work with UPS, et cetera, and they have a very good cooperative arrangement with the post office. So anything ordered over the internet, no problem, gets there fine. So I think things have been blown out of proportion tremendously by some of these previous speakers. And I think that when you sit back and look at what's really appropriate is we have a great system. What it is, we're lucky we have a post office. We have delivery for people that have extreme problems that can't go to the post office. So I think we've done a great service to the community the way it is, and it's a lot safer. There are many other people in other towns that have boxes stolen off the front porch, et cetera, like that. And we would be in that situation the same way again, because especially people who travel a lot might find their packages are gone when they arrive and back to their house. So I would urge you to forget about this ridiculous proposal and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
J.C. Myers, resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I have a bunch of debts and I'd rather not be found.
Beat that, Tim.
Tim Toomey, a Carmel resident. Fortunately, I don't have that problem. I hope I never do. But I don't want to get into the debate on this here right now. But I was just thinking as people were talking, Nancy and I have a friend of ours. They live in El Granada up in Half Moon Bay. And their situation is they have a post office, they have a PO box, and they have an address on their house. And they're required to go to the post office to pick up their mail. Post office won't deliver. You got to come down and pick it up. So, maybe we should look into that situation to see how that works, because sounds like that might help resolve some of the issues that we're talking about. One of the benefits probably there is that the post office is right next door to a brewery too. So.
All right, is there anybody else?
I just have a question for Chip. When we have these options presented to us in October, what I was wondering is, rather than actual street numbers, would one of the options be that we could keep the directional addresses to northwest of, 9th and Monteverde, something like that?
Yes, we'll look at that to see whether that's a possibility. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, your house name could be whatever.
Well, either
these SE, Carmelo, and whatever.
Yeah, so you could use the directional address rather than coming up with a system
we'll
with
see
like
if that's-
123 Monteverde Street or something.
Yeah, we'll see if that's an available. And so just, for the benefit of the public, again, the council's direction was to work on this with the proviso that, and again, that's why my little diatribe about the postal service was to keep the post office here and open. So nobody, even those most strong advocates of street addresses they're not advocating the closure of our post office as a social gathering place and a place to get your mail, obviously, as well. So anyway, we'll be back to talk about this.
We have a member of the public.
This is just a PS based on what Alexandra suggested, which I would be fine with, except that at least in our case, again, personal, one neighbor 2 doors down insists that we would be number 9, and another neighbor 2 doors the other direction insists we're number 8. And you're going to find that any place, if a new house is built on a lot that's currently vacant. So there has to be some system if we're going to have effective addresses.
Yeah, so it won't, we wouldn't democratize this. We would make a suggestion about what whether the mayor, if you're on a corner, what's your street frontage. So we'll make a recommend, again, if we eventually get there, we make so we don't have people fighting over.
I have a comment. It's my understanding that there is a California Fire Code which requires that new and existing buildings have approved address numbers, building numbers, or approved building identification placed in a position that is plainly legible and visible from the street or road. These numbers shall contrast with their background. The approved minimum size dimensions of the numbers shall be specified in a table. We're talking about fire danger in this community, and we don't have a way of being located. And I think that that's a problem. I lived in a community in Lake Arrowhead and Blue Jay, a hybrid system. We all went to the post office to pick up our mail, but we all had an address that had to be displayed for safety purposes. And I think we need to look, if we are part of the California Fire Code, which I believe we are, is that right?
Actually, you, as the council, adopted the equivalent code as your own city ordinance, yes.
Okay, so we have adopted the California Fire Code, yet we are not doing what is required of the California Fire Code. There's also a service called Google Address Maker for city governments, and it helps you very easily set up addresses that it shouldn't take another 10 years to do. And I do believe that our voter registration comes with some sort of address too, when they know where we are. But I really think this is not going to destroy Carmel. It really isn't. It just may bring us into a little safer situation, both for location, deliveries of medicine, et cetera. We have the Patriot Act changed the world as well, with requirements of people want to know where your money, if you have money with an account with a brokerage firm, they want to know physically where you are. We recently went through a real estate transaction and trying to explain to an attorney in New York that you don't have an address. It was like, rah. But I think we can do it in a hybrid fashion and still meet at the post office.
All right, well, that noted, we won't be doing that today. We'll be having that discussion further along. I appreciate you finding new evidence perhaps about our illegalities or whatever. But that noted, wait, we move on. We got one item. It's fast to close, approaching 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Real quickly, I mean, this is one of the council's top priorities. We have, the mayor reminded me, I think last night, that we have invested, a lot of time, capacity and hard cash into this exercise this time. So this was tentatively going to be on your September 12th agenda, and the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and I talked about your September agenda. We're going to move this to October because we want to make sure that we have enough time we've got an appeal. But the big item is the wireless telecommunications ordinance. So just making sure that the public has enough time. So we'll move this item to October. And again, you have received comments both from Mr. Wills from the chamber as well as the CRA. And, we get constant comments on this one.
Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item?
We said one more. Oh, that's actually just, and I have one more slide, Mr. Mayor. And I kind of whined about this a little bit. I apologize. When I started off, we have some items that take a lot of capacity, but aren't on the list. Again, Councilmember Fleta brought up to me the beach fire ordinance. Again, that's something that will be going to the Coastal Commission after we do the adoption hearings here in the near future.
Wanted to talk on the trap, pay parking.
I think the mayor asked.
Did you intentionally move over that?
Well, it's scheduled for public hearing coming up.
We're going to talk about it in October.
Yeah.
I think you opened the public comment.
I did. I opened the public comment period. Nobody spoke. How many people want to speak?
He did open it and there was none.
All right.
My question is.
Could you get on the microphone, please?
I looked at some of the earlier recommendations where we talked about possibly closing off a number of the areas in town, so that people couldn't actually park there. I just wondered I'm sure you have considered if we add another, whatever it is, 350 housing units to town, where those people going to park? You know, that when we have to add the lower income, moderately priced things, because I know now if we close off the inner part of the city, people are going to move out to 3 blocks out, and the people who live there now aren't going to be able to park. So I don't know if the additional housing, how you're going to accommodate all the cars.
Good question. Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, that's it before Nancy gins up. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So just back to this slide.
Yeah, thank
again.
you.
There were, a bunch of items like the timeshare ordinance, sign ordinance, the safety element, which was required to be updated along with the housing element, that absorb capacity that aren't on the list. So again, we try to keep the priority list and then the top priority list pretty tight. But these are some examples. The first 2 items are things that the first one, which is the wine tasting shops, it's a retail shop, which required an ordinance amendment, was something that you asked me to put on this meetings for you to talk about. The other one was, again, the bridge to everywhere. You received a packet on that. I got a packet too. So again, you know, that one's really, we're more of in a support role. And we're very philosophically supportive. I've already expressed our support to Congressman Farr and the folks at COD. So anyway, that's what I got. Thanks for your time.
I have some
Closing comments, yes?
No, I have some things I would like to add to that list.
Okay.
You know, things.
Are these new items, sir? Or are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize, I guess, at some point over the past few weeks that list was open for additions.
Well, so let me be clear. So the council added number 1 at one of your last council meetings.
Yeah.
So you did that. And then number 2, I added, and the rest are things we're already working on.
Okay. So I have a list of things and maybe we can, I don't know how you might want to do this or not.
How many are there? Well, let's hear what they are. What are you thinking here?
So I have TOT increase, which we have talked about before, which I'd be interested in exploring to get on the 2024 ballot. Commissioner training, which what we talked about earlier, which is a pretty small thing. Undergrounding the power lines, which we've spoken about length. And I really do think that we should separate the big project of undergrounding the power lines from the Rule 20A project. That those are just different animals. And I think that they deserve, you know, if we're going to do undergrounding, it should be a separate item on this list. And the last thing is, you know, I received, and I'm sure a number of people have received, a significant number of comments about Car Week. And I think that we as a community need to sort of explore how to ameliorate or control or reduce or whatever all the various impacts of Car Week. And I'm not sure that this is a discussion that's really limited to our community. I'm not sure, you know, so for example, there's sort of a lot of different issues rolled up in this. The events that happen in town that's one thing, but the things that happen at night here, you know, the things that happen on San Carlos across the street from Sunset Center, or the things that happen in downtown, that's a completely different issue. And I've received a few pretty impassioned emails about what sort of goes on. And, you know, you and I, and I'm sure you've had the same conversation with all 5 of us, have talked about your concerns. And it seems like we're a little bit of a frog in a pot of water that's getting a little bit warmer. And I think it would be really helpful over the course of the next few months to at least have a community discussion about this at a council meeting, and hear what people have to say, and then maybe decide how we can work with, you know, if they're not things that are just within our control, but things that are in local neighboring jurisdictions control, whether it's Monterey or Seaside, or especially the county of Monterey that has a lot of the events out there have a lot of impact on us. You know, we talked about the fires in Maui, and if we'd had something happen during Car Week, there would have been 10 times as many people here and nobody would have been able to get out anywhere. We all would have been locked in our homes. So I think that those are discussions that we should really have, you know, before we have something happen downtown. And it always seems like we're on the verge of having something happen downtown. And so I would really add that item to the list.
Yeah, and that we will have a debrief. I talked to the mayor and again, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Richards, that we'll have a debrief on your October agenda. And actually, I was wrong. Councilmember Dremoff corrected me. I thought we had launched the post car week survey. We haven't yet. So we'll get that survey out. But then again, Chief Watkins has a lot of information that we'll be adding to the debrief. And then we're not going to probably take any policy action, but you'll have me come back before, well before car week next year. So I agree with you, sir.
So any questions with council members of what Chip wants to add? I don't have a problem with them necessarily. I do think that the TO2 increase could come out of possibly funding possibilities for physical structures, although the police station perhaps, if there's a specific reason for that, you could go ahead and finance it and all that, but that's gonna be outgrowth of other discussions. So we can put it on the agenda.
So what I'd be doing is I mean, we're going to come back again and make sure we think we heard what you said today. And so we'll add these, unless there's any opposition, we'll add them for further discussion. Again, we'll just add them for discussion, not part of the list.
Thank you.
We got decide where to add them.
I don't quite understand this list. You've got.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize. It's my fault. So what we have here is we have two topics that you could consider adding. One is this whole notion of wine tasting outdoors, the retail shops, and an ordinance change that Mr. Galante and the wine tasting shops and Mrs. Galante are proposing. The second one is our support for the COD Bridge to Everywhere that Congressman Farr talked about, or Mayor Boyd, whoever it was. And then the other whatever it is, 8 items, 7 items are items that we're working on, but they're not part of the priority list. And I just wanted to make sure that we documented that, again, they absorb capacity. And the trigger, ma'am, was you. It was a good trigger. And you said, why isn't the beach fire ordinance on this? Why aren't we tracking it? And so out of that discussion, the genesis of that discussion, or the outcome of that discussion, was we added all these other things that are absorbing some capacity, so that when we set new priorities, we're not overwhelmed and we don't have any progress as we traverse the 6-month periods.
Okay, well, I would be very supportive of number 2, because it has been a long time coming that we were supposed to have a park named Rio Park. And since this would involve some modification of that property and perhaps annexation of that property, we own it, but we've never annexed it. And we are using it as a corporation yard, which is not its highest and best use as far as
yes, ma'am,
park property. I definitely think that should be up for a really good discussion and support. But things like copper, I mean, we know copper is poisoning the water. What's to discuss about copper? We should just come up with an ordinance about copper. That was identified when we did the biological measurements in the Monterey Bay Sanctuary.
One of the things that came out of this, Chip, is possibly re-engaging the ad hoc committee for the fire and ambulance.
Yeah.
And so I would like to do that if I may here. I don't know if this is the right place, but I think it would be great if you would come on there with me and take Carrie's place in her absence.
It's overlap with the police.
Since you have the police ad hoc,
Yeah, right.
We kind of would go in concert with each other. And so maybe we could reestablish that. And I think Tim would like to get you back on board, and we'll look out for Marianne Chickatowns.
Got it.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll work with Chief Panels and Chief Watkins on that.
And I was just like, what's historic context statement update round 2? Didn't we just do that? Like,
we get a second grant to do.
So if you remember, the last update we did was adding 20-year period. So we tacked on the 20-year period that was missing. And that was formatted slightly differently than the rest of the document, in a really great way, in a way that's much more accessible. And there's language in the older version that needs to be updated. So this is what it says. It's round 2. We got an $80,000 grant from the state to update it. So like
$80,000 we can use to pay our staff with. Or do we have to use that money to hire consultants?
We're gonna hire a consultant for that, the same consultant that helped us with round one, so that the formatting's the same and it's done the same. Yep. But to Chip's point, through the reason that that's up there along with the other things like the timeshare ordinance, the conversation about copper, we're not necessarily asking for permission to make these a priority. It's more, and I think, probably it's just our fault of how we built this list. I mean, there really should be a break between number 1 and 2. Those should be on their own little bullet, and 3 through 9 should be their own thing. So the first 2 are, do you want to make these a priority in the big list of priorities that we just went through? The rest of them are just, bear in mind when we had that conversation earlier about capacity, these are some examples of other things that maybe didn't quite make, in our opinion, didn't make the list of needing to get your opinion of whether they're priority. These are things we're working on anyway, much like the capital improvement projects we talked about last time. These are happening anyway.
So, and then number 1, that 3-2 vote about wine tasting shops ordinance modification, you and I had one conversation about it. Like, how is that? Like, are we just and I'm only saying this, Dave and Bobby and I, who are on the 3 side of that vote, should we just sit back and wait for you to come up with an ordinance? Like, how is that process supposed to play out?
We'll talk about that at a future council meeting when you talk about whether you want to prioritize any of those items.
I think we were hoping though, sorry, Chip. I think we were hoping though to get a little bit of feedback on that one here, because I know there were a few folks I did see earlier who keyed into last time in the city council said we would talk about this item here at this meeting. So like I saw, like Kim Stemler was on the meeting. So we like these first 2, like Chip said, we may want to have just a short conversation, and then we will bring that back to you at the next full city council meeting for more formal direction. But these 2 were meant to be treated somewhat like the items we just went through.
Yeah, my suggestion is the COD item should be a priority, but we wouldn't be a high priority because we're not the lead agency. So number 2. Number 1 is, I thank you, Brandon, and I apologize. The list is my fault, council. So
on the COD item, couldn't we just issue a proclamation of the city council that says we support it, and then whatever we need to do separately with the annexation on it?
Yes, it's going to take some more work. Again, this COD would be the lead agency for the CEQA evaluation, and there's numerous permits because it goes across a river and things like that. And again, eventually we need to provide some kind of an easement or a license agreement for them to land the bridge. It's already on our property, but just so we're monitoring it, and maybe it doesn't have to be a priority at all, quite frankly. It could go on the kind of the rest of the list, which is things that we're working on. But I just, quite frankly, again, the community sometimes says to the council, what are you doing? What's staff doing with its time? So be able to show these things that, again, absorb some capacity, and they have been council direction, I think bears merit. So documenting them somehow, council member. Yeah. But we are in a reserved role in that item.
I just like this idea. In fact, I thought it was good that we're down to 22 from the 30, because I think 30 was really just too much for everybody, not just staff, but for council. And I want to thank everyone who came here today and spent their day. Not everyone can do that. And I'm very grateful to everyone who did that and participated in this. So I think the more we can keep things streamlined and keep it around 20, I think that would benefit everybody.
I do think that number 2 should include a discussion of finally annexing that property.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's a good point. So again, what Councilmember Polito, that the property is not even in the city. So we bought it in 1986, and we never annexed it. So there are some steps required. And again, we'll have to see what COD has envisioned for our property. Is hopefully it's not in the whole thing's not in a parking lot. But again, what kind of amenities are we going to offer on our side of the property, and moving our temporary courtyards, log storage somewhere else, and those kinds of things. So there's work to be done, but it's a good project, and I really believe in it.
So that note, let's get some direction on wine tasting shops. I'm not opposed to putting an ad hoc together for that. Jeff, you want to there?
Sure.
Okay, Jeff and I, we'll go ahead and deal with it. Public outreach.
Yes, you'll deal with, Brandon will be working on that with you, and thank you.
The only thing I would ask on that is that you differentiate between wine tasting on public property and wine tasting on private property.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's always been
private.
Private.
Okay.
The last time we discussed it was private.
Mr. Mayor, I know you're probably going to come over here and hit me in the back of the head for saying this, but I would suggest maybe just seeing if there's anybody online, because I did see a couple folks earlier.
Is
that
there anybody wishing to speak to
They
this?
may have left already, though.
Kim Stemler, are you out there somewhere?
I think maybe my computer.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm fine with an ad hoc committee. So I will just let the meeting gosh, I'm sorry, I'm sick. Whatever it means to continue the meeting, just keep on talking. Okay. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kim, for hanging in there. Appreciate that, given your illness. All right, is there anybody else? All right, let me thank you guys for spending the time with us today. I know it's been a little casual, but that's better way. I think we had people coming to the microphone multiple times. Nothing wrong with that at all. So thank you all much for your efforts today, and we'll look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. We stand adjourned.